10:30, but we'll get started here in just a bit.
So that way for sure I'll have it. Okay, I'll text it to you.
All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the regular meeting of the San Joaquin River Conservancy. Today is Wednesday, February 27th. Time is 10:33. We're here at the Fresno City Council Chambers. Thank you, Councilman Brandow, for helping make this available. I'll call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And Councilman Garcia, if you'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. That sounded nice in unison. Hopefully that's not the last time today that we'll all be on the same page. We'll start with a roll call.
Mr. Frazier?
Here.
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Magzig?
Here.
Mr. Brandow?
Here.
Ms. Austin? Mr. Jansen? Ms. Alvis? Ms. Vance? Mr. Gresham?
Here.
Mr. Donnelly?
Here.
Ms. Lucchesi?
Here.
Ms. Finn?
Here.
Ms. Forehand?
Here.
Mr. Gibson? Here. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Are there any additions to the agenda? Thankfully, no. Item C, potential conflicts of interest. Any potential conflicts of interest? Yeah. Seeing none. All right, we'll move to public comment and business from the floor. This 10 minutes of the meeting are reserved for members of the public who wish to address the Conservancy Board on items of interest that are not on the agenda and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Conservancy. Speakers shall be limited to 3 minutes. The board is prohibited by law from taking action on matters discussed that are not on the agenda, and no adverse conclusion should be drawn if the board does not respond to the public comment at this time. Are there any members of the public wishing to make comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call close to the public comment portion. Item E, the consent calendar. Thank you.
Brett,
Motion to approve the consent calendar?
can I, we did notice one typo, one omission with the minutes that we wanted to catch. There were roll call votes last time because we did have a member by phone, so we did want to seek permission to be able to change that, and the deal just said that there was roll call. There was, the consent was, last time was the change of meeting dates and stuff, so we just wanted to add that in.
Okay.
So it was a unanimous vote. It came out the same way, but we did do a roll call.
Is that satisfactory to the maker of the motion?
Sure.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second.
Who was
Roll
the
call.
second? Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Magzig? Mr. Brandow?
Yes.
Mr. Jansen? Ms. Alvis? Ms. Vance? Mr. Gresham?
Yes.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yes.
Ms. Lucchesi?
Abstain?
Ms. Finn?
Yes.
Ms. Forehand?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson? Motion passes.
All right, motion carries. Item F, regular session items. F1, action item. Board vote to provide direction to staff on how to proceed with implementing the River West Fresno Eaton Trail Extension Project. The board may vote to direct staff to proceed with implementing alternative 5B, North Palm access, or pursue a different direction for the project, including considering other project alternatives. Shelton?
So I'm assuming this is why most of the folks are here today. The agenda item was scheduled to provide the board the opportunity to formally direct staff on a direction to proceed or with implementing the River West project. Just a little background, February 11th, the board rescinded the actions taken on the 3 motions of the January 9th, 2019 meeting. So those actions are no longer valid. One of the things to make sure you do understand is the information that was presented at that meeting, some of the discussion and other issues, that's still valid. So we actually do refer to that in our written staff report with some of the staff report and other items that came through for that meeting. They were hoping to deliberate and decide how to proceed with the project. Just as a little background, in November of 2017, the board certified the River West Eaton Trail Extension final EIR. And in December of 2017, the board approved Alternative 5B, which is Resolution 1702. Today, if the board votes in favor of directing staff to prepare for its future consideration, an alternative other than the project as previously approved in Resolution 1702, staff will prepare required analysis and documents, ensure compliance with SECA, and place a specific action item on the future board agenda. We want to make sure this is clear, so today's action shall not rescind Resolution 1702 or approve the alternate, but is leading up to that to give us direction to put together the staff work and the information to be able to do that at a future meeting. So Resolution 1702 contained the following provisions. With the understanding that all parties shall be acting in good faith if, in the board's sole discretion, reasonable progress is not made towards implementing Alternative 5B within 1 year of this approval, the board may, by majority vote, direct staff to prepare and evaluate Alternative 1 as analyzed in the final EIR for board approval and to rescind approval of Alternative 5B. Reasonable progress is defined as specific benchmarks to be accomplished by the Conservancy and others within 1 year period after the approval of Alternative 5B, generally as follows. And those benchmarks were referred to in the staff report, and you've seen those. And they are for the public. Just want to make sure everybody understands that they are all posted too. So all this information is available on our website. The agenda item has been scheduled to provide the board the opportunity to formally provide direction to staff on how to proceed, including but not limited to the options described in this staff report. And that's important, is that we try to give you a fairly wide range of alternatives, but you guys have the ability to make something within those, take those and modify it. It's up to you. And remember, you're giving us advice, you're giving us direction. To be able to move forward. So it is up to you guys. You're able to make your own best judgment on what those should be. All right. Did I say that? The board directs staff to proceed towards consideration of Alternative 1 or another alternative or potential project. The board shall not rescind Resolution 1702 or approve an alternative until all analysis has been prepared, CEQA completed, and the proposed action posted on a future agenda. So we gave you 3 potential actions or possible actions to take today. And again, this is just the possible actions, and you guys can take these as is, or you can modify these and move forward. But we wanted to give you the room to make your own judgments on this process. So the first one, if approved, this action would direct staff to got behind on my slides. So possible action, the board may vote to direct staff to proceed towards implementing Alternative 5B as approved per Resolution 1702. If approved, this action would direct staff to continue to expeditiously implement the core project elements by establishing a partner contractor for design, securing authorization from the board and Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate available capital funds to perform design and permitting work, secure a source for long-term O&M funding for the core project elements, complete designs to determine needed easements from Caltrans, City of Fresno, Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, and securing those easements, securing environmental permits, and provide capital improvement funds available for construction, establishing a construction partner or contractor. It is important to note that when that happens, securing the authorization from the board and the WCB to allocate these available funds, we would be coming back to you for a decision on whether we still move forward on this process if the funding is correct, and we have that as a priority. Then after that, to proceed to complete the core project and open the trail extension and Perrin Avenue parking area for public use. So the second part of this action, if you approved it in full, is the action would also direct Conservancy staff to work towards implementing the North Palm access. And the steps we need to take still to do that is to finalize the state approval of the public access easement negotiated between the San Joaquin River Access Corporation and the Conservancy, establishing a partner or contractor for design and permitting, securing authorization from the board and the Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate available capital improvement funds for a grant or contract to perform the design and permitting work, securing a source for long-term operation and maintenance funding for North Palm access, completing designs to determine needed easements from Caltrans, the City of Fresno, Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, and securing those easements, securing environmental permits, and provided capital improvement funds remain available for construction, need to establish a construction partner or contractor, and securing authorization from the board and the Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate these available funds, and then to proceed to complete the North Palm access and public parking. So above is just a diagram, and I think all the board members, I believe most of the public have probably seen this over and over again. This just highlights where the Perrin Avenue parking lot is and where the 5B North Palm Avenue parking is. A lot of times we get kind of lost in the mix that the core project has another parking area, so there is two parking lots, two access areas that's involved with 5B. So the next possible action, the board may vote to direct staff to proceed with analysis and documentation necessary for the board to consider at a future public hearing rescinding approval of alternative 5B per resolution 1702 and approving the project with alternative 1. If approved, this process would include the following staff activities: make arrangements, budgetary and contractual, for qualified professionals to review the final EIR and associated documentation to determine whether any additional environmental review is triggered under CEQA by the board's consideration of a new discretionary action, and either one of these, documenting the evidence to support that no further review is required, or preparing the appropriate level of supplemental review. Next step would be preparing up-to-date Alternative 1 specific CEQA findings and mitigation monitoring reporting program for board consideration and deliberation at a future public meeting. So Alternative 1 was fully analyzed in the EIR certified under Resolution 1701. However, CEQA requires the lead agency consider whether a subsequent or supplemental EIR is required. Public distribution for review and comment is required in certain instances. So we still have this requirement to go back and look at it since it wasn't the approved project. 3 circumstances that could trigger substantial changes to the EIR are as follows. Number 1, substantial changes are proposed to the project. Number 2, substantial changes occurred in the circumstances under which the project is being undertaken, and/or new information of substantial importance to the project that was not known and could not have been known at the time the EIR was certified has become available. If the board directs consideration of something other than alternative 5B, it is recommended that a qualified environmental professional working with a CEQA attorney review these requirements to ensure all documentation necessary for the board's future discretionary action. Options to carry out this work include arranging with the professional staff of the State Lands Commission to perform the work as a consultant to the Conservancy, contracting with the consultant through the State Lands Commission or other partner state agency, or independently contracting with an environmental consultant. If there is a cost to the Conservancy, staff will need to find funds within the Conservancy's limited main support budget or program delivery appropriations, or secure authorization from the board and the Wildlife Conservation Board to utilize the Conservancy's capital outlay bond funds. Once this CEQA review process is completed, staff would prepare a board resolution with updated CEQA findings and mitigation monitoring reporting program to present at a future board meeting, public hearing, for the board to consider rescinding its approval of Alternative 5B and approving Alternative 1. The board's approval would start the clock on a 30-day period in which a legal challenge could be filed under CEQA. So upon approval, staff would work towards implementing the approved project by working with the City of Fresno to request installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Audubon and Del Mar Avenues. The city may require the Conservancy apply for a general plan amendment since the general plan does not allow for a public vehicle entrance at Riverview Drive. Establishing a partner or contractor for design and permitting. Securing authorization from the board and the Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate available capital improvement funds for a grant or contract to perform the design and permitting work, securing a source of long-term O&M funding for the core project elements and the Riverview Drive entrance, completing designs to determine needed easements from the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District, the City of Fresno, and securing necessary easements. Also securing other environmental permits, and provided capital improvement funds remain available for construction, establish a construction partner or contractor, securing authorization from the board and the Wildlife Conservation Board to allocate the available funds, and proceeding to complete the core project elements of the Riverview Drive entrance for public use. And again, another diagram from our EIR that basically shows this alternative, again with two parking areas, the Riverview parking area with the one yellow arrow and the Parent Avenue parking area. All right. The third possible action, the board may vote to direct staff to implement the core project elements described in the EIR certified in Resolution 1701 as approved in Resolution 1702 and delay additional work to further implement the approval of North Palm access. This action would prioritize the core project elements so that they can proceed unhindered and expeditiously in the same manner as described in the first option. This action would direct staff to delay any further elements to fund, design, develop partnerships, or otherwise implement the North Palm access described in the EIR and focus on developing the core elements. So this part's pretty important. This option facilitates prioritizing Conservancy resources on the core project as contemplated in the original approval, and only delays for short time work on aspects of the project involving greater impacts and requiring more mitigation. So this option doesn't say that we are no longer interested in the 5B parking area, and the delay is not permanent delay, though it could be at a future action that we bring in front of the board. So it's one of these things that, yeah, we still have that ongoing, but the idea is the delay is temporary. We talk to other folks, and at that point we can come back to you if we make any other progress towards some sort of consensus with the stakeholders. The board could provide direction to staff to work with interested parties to resolve issues and to generate proposals to provide one or more public vehicle access interested options configurations that are in addition to the Parent Avenue entrance. So if you remember right with our CEQA document, our final EIR, the core project was included in each one of the alternatives. And from our understanding, my understanding is that we had a pretty good consensus that the core projects and core elements were worthwhile to do. And we've been directed as staff to continue to work towards those. We would continue to do that, we'd prioritize those, but we'd start working with others to try to figure out if there's some way that we can get agreement on a possible project that may be different than we have in our resolution 1702, it may be the same. But right now, we would just postpone doing that work to be able to go to design and construction, but have some more discussions. So it is very important that last bolded line, any new proposal would need to come back to the board for approval and trigger additional CEQA review. So it is very possible that something we'd come up with as a consensus or close to consensus would be something that you would have to weigh in on again and say, yeah, do we want to go this process? And in order to do that, we'd take a look at the CEQA work that we've already done, and similar to what we would have to do if we go to alternative one, we would make a determination of what sort of CEQA document we would need to do in order to cover a new proposal. And this is just the diagram of the core project. Doesn't have any other parking lot other than the Parent Avenue parking lot. The one thing that I did want to make sure that I pointed out for this is that with the improved bike and pedestrian walkway, there is access to other areas besides the Parent Avenue area. So Riverview, there is a bikeway pathway up there, and there is a walkway pathway to the Spannel Park area. So we may have to figure out a way to design those to leave a little bit of flexibility in case we end up having another project in the future that may come back and change some of that access. So the staff recommendation on this, what we're asking for is that the board provides specific direction in relation to implementing the River West Fresno Eaton Trail Extension Project. This staff report presents information about potential options the board may consider. And remind you again that the board may proceed by vote or just by providing direction to staff on this process. So. And I think that's it for staff report, except for questions.
Does anybody from the board have any questions?
Chairman, I've got a couple of questions. So as back in 2017 when the original EIR was circulated and we went through the original CEQA process, as I was looking through my notes, it indicated that at that time, Alternative 1 and Alternative 3 would each result in unavoidable significant impacts in one resource area, and after incorporation of all feasible mitigation measures, what were those unavoidable significant impacts, do you recall?
My folks are helping me out with the Alternative 3. For Alternative 1, we did have traffic impacts. That was one reason for the traffic signal. But even with the traffic signal, we feel that there'll still be an impact to traffic in that area. And that is the one area that we're asking for some expertise to be able to look at our original CEQA document. As we all know, traffic patterns are dynamic and change for any new development that goes on in the process. So we want to make sure that current conditions haven't changed, but also that we had an adequate determination on it. And the other very important part of this is part of the CEQA findings that we need to put in front of you as draft for you guys to consider would have that finding of an overriding concern if there's still a
Well, my question along those lines, so if it was traffic impacts and maybe some signalization of intersections, widening of streets, would the Conservancy be the ones that built and then would maintain the streets and also the traffic signals?
More than likely, we'd have a partnership with the city. And
the reason I ask that question is I know that Alternative 1 is not in alignment with the city's general plan. So I guess what I'm getting at, and I need legal counsel maybe to weigh in, if this body chooses to move forward with a plan that's not in alignment with the city's general plan and the unavoidable impacts that are going to be caused, or traffic, which is under the purview of the city, don't we find ourselves in a kind of a legal bind where maybe that alternative is never built until the city is willing to accept that alternative?
I don't know. Yeah.
So if an impact under CEQA can't be mitigated, a agency can continue with a project with unmitigated impact. It just has to find overriding benefits that outweigh that impact. So there are many projects that are approved that have outstanding impacts. So you have to make that statement of overriding considerations and find the benefits of the project outweigh the impacts. And the EIR acknowledged that it would be a priority of the Conservancy to work with the city to put in a traffic signal there to mitigate it, but if that wasn't possible, so it found it, because the Conservancy can control that, found that possibly it wouldn't be implemented, therefore that's why it was considered significant unavoidable impact.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other?
And alternative 3, the impact was an inconsistency with the Parkway Master Plan by putting the trail so close to the river and not avoiding some of the ecological, aspects of the river banks area. So,
The master plans, is there any one master plan that has more weight than the other? So we have our master plan. Different groups have master plans. The city of Clovis has the city of Fresno has their general plan as well, which they follow. Do all have equal weight in the CEQA process?
in terms of the Conservancy, what the Conservancy does on state-owned land, the general plan does not regulate that because the local plans do not regulate state property. It's only regulating what's not on state property.
What you call the core project, if I'm remembering, is that the parent-only parking, wasn't that alternative 2 or 2B previously considered? I just want to make sure we're calling it the same thing.
Go ahead.
It was described in the EIR as the proposed project, and then there were the 6 alternatives plus the no project alternative. And most of the other 6 alternatives incorporated the core project. 3 had a different meandering trail, and that was summarized in the background report that was attached to the staff report. So there was no standalone Perrin Avenue only. I mean, it was called the proposed project, and
Okay.
yeah. And that resolution back in December of 2017, there was a resolution to approve the core project only, alternative 1, alternative 5B.
I had a question about securing operations and maintenance funding. When I remember from an earlier meeting, a ballpark estimate being thrown out, I think it was between 250 and 400,000 for 2 people, I think was the thinking. Is that the ballpark when we think about providing operations and maintenance for both the proposed project and a second entrance point? Or is that per entrance point? I'm just wondering, how you think through what's needed in terms of operations and maintenance going forward.
What if the 150 to 200,000 is for the whole thing or just for one?
Good morning. Since I was probably the one that gave you that information, I'll go ahead and answer. And what we were trying to do is do some pretty off-the-cuff work within that implementation stakeholder meeting. We were considering operating the entire project site, whether that be whatever components, 2 entrances, 2 sets of bathrooms. I think the main thing that drove the cost was it would assume that you'd have some on-site full-time staff And so, you know, you wouldn't have to necessarily double that staff if you had additional entrances. But it wasn't a very deep, all that said, this is off-the-cuff ballpark stuff that really needs to be investigated further. Does that help?
So if I can just add, I just went through a budget exercise not too long ago where I tried to come up with O&M funding throughout the parkway that we now have. So not full build out, but what we have now. And there's a wide variety of what you can do for maintenance. We have Sycamore Island right now that we contract with the Parkway Trust that's open up on weekends. We could turn Sycamore Island into a 7-day-a-week sort of outfit and do something like that. That would be a whole different cost analysis. So in this area, we can do the same thing. We can do it weekends that they actually can park their cars down there or not. We can have it 7 days a week. We can have, different things on that. So take it with real big grain of salt how much these cost estimates are. The other thing that's been pointed out to me several times, having come from a state agency background, I know that the state agencies, we can spend a lot on O&M, and sometimes we can get nonprofits to do it for a whole lot less money because they'll have volunteers and others to come in and do it. So yeah, take the idea of how much this is it depends on what we want to do with this. And we definitely know we want to pick up trash. We want to make sure that we have people down there and look at things. We spend a lot of time and effort right now in many places replacing chains and locks and fixing gates that are getting broken. There is some graffiti work and other things that happen, and a lot of that happens by volunteers that help us out. So it's a wide range.
And while we're on funding, I received an email that stated that for alternative 5B, there is no funding. That's not correct, is it?
So we have enough funding with our bond funds to be able to cover the development of both of these projects and then some. So we're still pretty, I hate to use the word flush, but we've got quite a bit of bond funding that's out there yet to be able to do things with stuff. So it hasn't been approved. And that's, we try to make sure that people were aware of that in the staff report, that we need to come back to you and the Wildlife Conservation Board to be able to approve those funding requirements. But we have budget money to be able to cover both of those in addition to other ones. So it has to be under the guidelines of the different propositions that the funding came from. But this is all well within most of those. So
And that would be on any alternative, is that correct?
Yeah.
So that would be the same threshold for any, so if 5B were to go forward, then this email would be incorrect, that there would be, we would just have to go through the Wildlife Conservation Board,
yeah, so
same as any other alternative.
yeah, so we have not, you guys have not approved the actual funding for the construction for any alternative at this point. So you can make the argument that nothing has been approved yet, but you can't make the argument that we don't have any potential funding for any one of them, because we do. So we have the potential funding there. It's going to be up to you guys with your judgment whether that's how much we should spend for a particular issue.
And that's only for construction, though, not O&M.
Not O&M, correct.
Yeah, none of the bonds have
Yeah.
O&M.
Right.
That's why it's so important to
Yeah.
work with
And-
Assemblyman Arambula on that.
Yeah, and we do have, we had in the staff report that we still have to secure those agreements to do O&M on any part of this project, be it the core or be it the alternatives. We have the Parkway Trust who is interested in doing the core project. We don't have any written agreement with them yet. We think that should be pretty easy to do. They're a good partner. They've done this before. We're pretty sure we can move forward. We have been talking with the city, and the city has told us in the past that they are interested in helping us out with the 5B alternative. But again, we'd have to develop that and see what actually happens. We've had some people say, well, they're not going to do it, but until the decision's made, until the written agreement is done, we can't say it's not going to happen or not. Nobody's, at this point, told us not to talk to them about it, so.
Thank you for that clarification. When I got that email, it made me very nervous and that I had understood it incorrectly, but I'm glad to know that my understanding was correct and that this was incorrect. Are there any other questions? Carl?
As I understand it on O&M, we have to have a agreement on O&M before we let a construction bid. We do not have to have it before we send it out to the planners to design it and make alternatives maybe that we come up with, and maybe even some more CEQA or whatever. That doesn't stop us from doing those things, the O&M. It's the O&M becomes an issue when we're ready to have construction. Is that right?
That's correct from my understanding. There are some things that we work pretty closely with our Wildlife Conservation Board folks. They really are experts on being able to tell us what we need to do here and there. But that's my understanding. It's actually when we do the final construction, the final put. Part of that is just also just timing. Until you get your final design, you're not really sure how your operations are going to fit, because we may end up doing a design for like a vault bathroom that in some instances is much more expensive to monitor than other stuff. It's hard to get in there to clean it out or something like that. So yeah, final design, we can incorporate the two together. That's happened. We had design construction. We had discussion with the staff the other day that in most of our more complex projects, we probably do not want to do that, because we've got caught, state agencies and others got caught in the past where you do a design and construction and you have a certain amount of money that you think the construction is going to happen, and the design comes back much different than you originally thought when you went out to bid. So sometimes it's really nice to have two separate packages on that.
Yes, Karen?
Just wanted to kind of maybe add some discussion for this O&M, add some information for the O&M discussion we're having. We're struggling here because the way most state agencies work, excuse me, whether it's our Department of Corrections or our Department of CAL FIRE or our State Parks Department, they go to the legislature and they ask approval for a capital project. And in that request for a capital project, they lay out all the O&M. So knowing that they don't need that O&M today when they're asking for approval of the project, it cements, it solidifies the legislature's understanding that when that project is up and operational, they will come back and ask for that operation money. So we here are doing it a different way. You have this pot of money that we are all going to make a decision as a, to what to do. But we're still lacking that process to go to the, if you want funding from the state and all these other agencies that I talked about, parks, other conservancies, they have partners too, non-governmental organizations that do volunteer and stuff. But if you want ongoing state funding, that's where the legislature comes into play for us as a state agency. And we have never gone to the legislature and asked them for any O&M because we can't agree on a project to go forward with. So I just bring that to our discussion points and keep that in mind as we all struggle with O&M. We haven't even asked as a state agency.
But because we have that pot of money, we haven't had to make a request. We can access that money already, so.
Every other state agency comes project by project with a defined scope and says, if I'm gonna build this park, this 10-acre park that has 5 bathrooms and 10 parking stalls, they know, because they've costed it out with a level of service, that it takes 5 rangers and 2 janitors or whatever. We haven't gotten that far yet, and I don't think we've, as an agency, have ever put a request in for operations because we haven't defined a project to request, so.
So I not to argue this point, but we have several projects that have been either purchased or bought for the Parkway that have been kind of orphaned on O&M funding. And it's not just us, but Department of Fish and Wildlife has some ecological reserves, and when we've tried opening them up, that's one of the problems we run into is there's no operation and maintenance funding on those either. It is an issue, and Karen, I know you're well aware of this, is yeah, there are processes that we as an agency, as the Conservancy as an agency can move through. Those processes have to make it all the way up through the system to be able to happen, and we have not been successful in those operations, though we will continue to try. But I also want to remind folks that we do have, we had a bond, not a bond, we had a bill that was passed last year that originally had some funding in it for operation and maintenance, and it didn't make it all the way through the process. And by the time it was through the process, there wasn't any O&M funding in it again. So O&M is an issue. I think we all recognize this has been an issue, and we're going to do what we can.
Turn, does the state like to see a larger project instead of kind of piecemeal projects, asking for O&M up and down the river? If we were at more of a full build out of something like this, is that more palatable to go and ask for the O&M after the fact?
Again, it's always good to ask the legislature before you make a commitment.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah. Sorry, I like learning from you. I appreciate
No
your
problem.
input. Paul?
Thank you. Please excuse my voice this morning. I've got whatever the 7-day virus is that's going around, but I promise not to spread it any farther than this microphone.
That's why I put you that far away from me, Paul.
I'm hoping it adds some gravitas to my statements. Question for Ms. Morkner-Brown. Under option 3, where the Conservancy focuses on the core project, could we enter a discussion and successfully hand off the lead agency portion represented by the Palm Knees Access and the land acquired by the San Joaquin River Access Corporation, and ask our partners, the City of Fresno, to lead that portion of the River West project while we continue as the lead agency to implement the rest of the proposed core project?
With the caveat of what John was saying, that anything you do today would simply be providing direction to staff, and any change in the approval that was made under 17-02 would need to be by formal decision, and we need to consider if there's any CEQA implications involved in that. But under that third option, that option would leave the existing approvals in place, focus on the core elements, which was stated in 17-02, that resolution, and allow the staff to come back with a proposal, like, for example, discussing with the city whether the city could take over lead agency status or implementing that portion of it, and then come back, and then that would be a future vote by the board to, yes, allow this other entrance to be developed by a partner agency. But I think that would be at a future meeting, but you'd be giving direction to staff under that option to please pursue this and bring it to us as a future proposal.
But under the laws of CEQA and our environmental impact, if I hear you correctly, we can, all of the work done to date on 5B through the EIR could put the city in position to act forcefully and lead as the agency in charge for that portion of River West. If we, I hear the next meeting and all of that. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
If I can just add, we have done that as a Conservancy in other areas. So our River Vista, with the removal of the old bridge abutments, we've got an approved CEQA document on that, but we're going to go potentially with Madera County to actually do the work and be the lead on the things. We help fund it, but yeah, they'd be the ones taking our document.
Any entity can use another CEQA document as a responsible agency. In the past, the city was unwilling to take the Spano parcel or to hold the access easement, but perhaps something has changed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if this is the right time, but I do want to get on record today and inform the board of a reoccurring statement that's been made both in the board agenda today as well as some letters that the board has received this past week. And in the agenda, in the letters, and much of the information that's been disseminated over the course of the last couple of weeks infers that the Wildlife Conservation Board and the staff of the Wildlife Conservation Board did not engage in drafting the public access easements until late December. I would like to clarify for the record that as early as of January of 2018, WCB staff recommended that the work group that was put together to form the project coordinate on drafting the public access easement, and that work began immediately. However, it was felt at that time that it was premature and too early in the process. WCB staff continued to encourage development of the public access easement through the spring and summer, and I myself encouraged the work group during the board meeting that we held in September to start the process because of the time it takes to get the documents through the state's public process. It wasn't until October 11th that my staff received a request to begin working on the public access easement, and we delivered the first draft of that easement November 2nd. I feel it important for me to let the board know that no matter what the direction of the board takes today, whether we continue with alternative 5B, alternative 1, or some other alternative, I and the WCB staff will continue to stay committed, helpful, and serve in good faith as a valuable resource to see the project through to successful completion. So, and I hope that gets in the record and in the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you very much for that clarification, John. I think that's very
Brett?
helpful.
Brett, can I also clarify a little bit?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that especially John realizes, but I think the whole board, we very much consider the Wildlife Conservation Board staff part of our team on this that are working on things. And the ultimate responsibility for not getting a draft document all the way to the Access Corporation, and we tried to make sure that was pointed out, is that the last bit came through us. It was the staff of the Conservancy. So I very much appreciate the work that your folks have done with us. I very much enjoyed working with them and continue to work with them, and they did. I think you're right. There are some issues that it wasn't ripe yet to get some things out, and there was other things, but definitely the process was being spearheaded by us, and we should take responsibility.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a question for John. Could you tell us, as of our January 9th meeting, I'm not sure it was in our packet then, but how many days reasonably would it have been until the Wildlife Conservation Board considered the easement that had been drafted in December of 2018? Where are we in that process going forward?
As of the January meeting, and staff can help me if I'm wrong on this, the final draft agreed to easement was provided and agreed to, I think, by January 4th. Had the project continued, that easement would have been on the March 7th WCB meeting agenda, would have been considered next week.
So we do have a draft easement that's approved as the form by the SJRAC?
We do not any longer. That easement was rescinded by the corporation immediately following the board's meeting in January, the day after.
If it was resubmitted at this point, what would be a reasonable amount of time that it would have to go through? When would it be on your board agenda?
If it stays in the same, substantially in the same form that we received it and agreed to January 4th, our next available board meeting that we could take the project to would be May 22nd, I believe, is our next board meeting. We do have a meeting in April 4th, but that meeting is geared towards stream flow enhancement projects specifically. While we could do it at that time, it would be more appropriate and for agendizing and that kind of thing to take it in May of this year.
But April, there would be a possibility it's not really consistent with what that agenda would be about on April 4th.
Right, we could still do it, but the timelines and our notice requirements to make sure that everything's in place and all the documents are signed, the timing would probably dictate that the May meeting would be the most appropriate time to consider the public access easement.
In the options or the staff recommendations and the options considered today, what is lacking, because this board has met several times on this issue, and we're continuing to review it. I think stepping back, as I've thought this through, is that one of the options that is not on here that I think needs to be considered is somehow something along the lines of the alternative 5B and alternative 1, either a combination, a hybrid, or whatnot. I recognize the challenges in terms of trying to thread the needle to get to a solution legally through the CEQA process and whatnot. I don't claim that to be my area of expertise, but what I do know is this body was established as a conservancy with local representation and the state agencies together to be able to manage the conflicts and handle these issues to create the parkway for public access. And so just stepping back from all of this and getting to the root, I think there's merit in both of them. And when we talk about alternative 1 and the unavoidable impacts of the traffic signal and traffic impact, by having alternative 5B, that could reduce, perhaps, those unavoidable impacts. And so, given what we have before us and the stalemate or issue that has been before us for a while, to get beyond that, I think it is important, if not imperative, to get to that point for something so that we, as a board, as the Conservancy, can deliver something for this community for access, whether that's the proposed project with the Perrin Avenue parking lot, but in addition to other options. And I just want to raise that because I think perhaps this may have been lost in all of this discussion. Maybe it's been considered, but the fact that it's not been brought before us as a possible recommendation, I think it bears consideration.
Thank you, Brent. I think that's very well said. I remember we had some of these discussions originally about some kind of a hybrid or more access or multiple access points. And in the midst of everything, we had to choose sides and ended up having to be pitted either one side or the other and not figuring out how do we get more for everybody. And it got lost there. Everyone wanted to win, no one wanted to lose. And in doing so, I think we've all lost for an entire year because we're still pitted against each other, even though everybody wants to do the same thing, which is access the river. And I appreciate your comments in terms of how do we get there and how do we get the most people there. So I just wanted to say thank you. I think, John, you were going to say something, but.
Yeah, I think your recommendation is within the range of things that we suggested. I think it fits. In general, the way we looked at our three alternatives is the first one was continue with 5B. The second one was do the work to bring in front of you alternative 1. And the third one was, yeah, let's keep going, but also think about what we can do under other scenarios and bring that back to you. And I think this other scenario of looking at both 1 and 5 is a potential thing we can bring back to you. And it would take some work, it would take some discussion, and it would definitely be different than what we have on Resolution 1702. So we would, at some point, have to have a vote on how we do it. But until we know what that alternative is and flesh it out, we can't bring it in front of you anyhow. So we'd have to do that footwork as staff.
Right. And just to step in here, not to interrupt, but I just want to mention one thing, is that I think what we're looking at here is the potential of a compromise. And that is what this body was created. That is why this body was created. It was to hopefully eliminate or reduce the situation concerning litigation. And I speak of that only because I was involved with the drafting of the legislation, the enabling legislation for the Conservancy many years ago, and that is important and supreme. And so to get away from this where it's an us versus them, it should not. It should be coming together, and I think we need to look at a compromise option because I think that's important right now. I think it's important for the future of the Conservancy.
Pontus?
Yes, thank you very much for your comments. As I look at school children coming down in buses to the river, I don't see that as a major impact to the neighborhood. I think that us, as a Conservancy, our duty is to provide access to everyone in our communities. And providing them access through Riverview, in my opinion, is not an overly intrusive access to the river. I've been hearing for several weeks now and reading about litigation, and this is not new. As soon as I was appointed to this board, I started listening to comments about litigation, and I started reading documents also threatening litigation. I believe that we can face these litigations and overcome. I do not believe that we need to destroy the river or the bluffs in order to provide access. We have access immediately through the Riverview access. We do not have to create a Lombard Street as they have in San Francisco. Have you driven there lately? It is terrible. It is terrible. And that's what we would be creating with 5B. Not only would we be creating a monstrosity, destroying the bluffs and destroying and removing trees, we would also be having to fortify this access to the river when it's not necessary. I believe this is the first that I've heard of a compromise today, the day of our vote, and that's not right. If anyone wanted to bring this forward, they should have brought it prior to us so we could discuss it. At this point, I do not accept this as an alternative because this is the first I've heard about it, and I don't see anything in writing. Just as I do not see anything of the mayor of Fresno saying that he's involved in this project. So with that, I'm done.
So,
thank you.
Brett, can I do a gentle reminder, is that at this point, I think you guys are asking questions of staff in the staff report. And then I also understood that we're going to get a little bit of information from the city of Fresno on some of the things that they've come up as our partner. We should be careful as a board and as an agency to not have discussion on the different alternatives until we've heard from the public comments. So.
I agree. And you were called, and so you could have heard about it. And Lombard Street may be the most famous street in America. I don't know why it would be a bad thing. Unfortunate. Julie, you had a comment? Okay. We have the city of Fresno is going to make a presentation at this time regarding their reasonable board motion and what they bring to the table. Mayor?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the City of Fresno. And the City of Fresno will take an active part in this discussion and this continued debate. Little background, I've spent 5 or 6 years on the board of directors for the San Joaquin River Parkway. I was on the board when the Spano property was delivered, 458 acres, roughly 17, 18 years ago. And I can say 17, 18 years later, this jewel of the San Joaquin River has never been fully utilized. We've all dropped the ball on this deal. We need to move forward. As far as neighborhoods and the impact on neighborhoods, I speak with 6 years on the Planning Commission, 8 years in the City Council, and 2 years as mayor. We've always taken into consideration residents in the existing area when there's a new development there. For example, was a lot of stuff in Western 99 when I was on the planning commission. We'd have an apartment complex right next door to a 2.5-acre rural parcel. We would do things like reduce the density to minimize the impact and protect the interests of the neighbors. We had lots in Sunnyside that were 1.5 acre that we're trying to put 6,000 square foot lots next to. And what we would do, we would taper off. We'd put 1/4 acre lots along the adjacent line and taper them off as we went. Recently, we had a $110 million, 100-acre industrial park that was stopped by about a dozen houses on Central Avenue. Whether it's a $100,000 home or $1 million home, we respect neighbors. We try to find ways to mitigate it. So it's always been part of the process. So my goal is to get to the citizens of Fresno access to the river for everyone. That's adults, children, people with disabilities. Find the best way to get there. And second is to get there as soon as possible. And if technically feasible, my choice would still be 5B. Now, we've heard talk about the O&M, and O&M is going to be a big factor. And I've went to the B editorial board last week, and I've given Chair Frazier all the information I'm talking about. But I had the city do some estimates on what it would cost to partially and fully maintain the River West. Would be a bathroom, parking lot, capital expenses, the full gamut. So it ranged from probably about a minimum of a couple $100,000 to $250,000. And I have Scott Mosier here, by the way, our engineer and public works director, to answer any detailed questions, to about $425,000. So the question is, how do you, I've been around long enough, you just can't simply say, we got 1 year, we've got the money. You have to develop a long-term funding stream. And I'm willing to commit, subject to always 4 council votes on any interim measure to try to fund something. But the real solution is going to be state legislation. It was talked about. State legislation through Assemblyman Joaquin, Arambula, or whoever it may be, that I would support. I would talk to the governor and ask him for support. That's one solution. The second solution, to get a long-term, sustainable funding stream, would be a ballot issue, which I am currently assembling a group of people, leaders from the city of Fresno, to come up with a ballot issue in 2020. And I promise this body, if this comes together, it will include funding for O&M. We're also looking at Prop 68 in terms of capital cost, potentially, that we could use on this situation. And so when you compare the cost of 5B to 1, 5B was roughly, the latest by our engineers, was $3.2 million. It was about $2.5 million for the alternate 1. 5B was based on a complete engineering scope. It was surveying, it was 100%, so it's fairly close to being accurate. The one that was done on 1, which was about $2.5 million, was done on limited data. It could go up. It may not go down, but it probably could go up. It could be a little bit lower, but in the end, whether it's 100,000 or 2 million, if it's the right choice, it's the right choice to move forward. So back in December 2017, when I spoke to this board, I sent a letter following your vote that I said, within 12 to 18 months, after good faith negotiations, you could come up with 5B as being technically feasible. I would support it. And if not, I would support alternate 1. And that doesn't change. Now, I'm not going to debate the details that went on, but I think we got pretty close. Based on my public works director and staff at the Conservancy, I believe we had met all 5 conditions. And I thank you, sir, for your comments on the Wildlife Commission. So the city of Fresno has done an easement on, I believe, on June 28th. We have talked to the Flood Control District Board. Once you get an action, we can probably get an answer back within 30 days to get an easement. And if it's made, so it could probably be done within the next 3 or 4 months. So I'd encourage you guys to let that time, give us the time to finally perfect this deal. And again, if for some reason it's not technically feasible, then we can look at alternate 1. But if you don't select alternate 5B by itself, it's not in the general plan, so it would take a general plan amendment. It probably would result at least in 1 or 2 lawsuits. and would just cause continued delay. So really, after all these years, I'm asking both sides, and following up on what you said, Bryn, let's find a solution. And I believe getting 2 access points is probably the best solution. I believe that and I'm speaking on my behalf, I'm speaking on representing residents. These are my words and my thoughts, that we need to look at the alternatives. And I believe 5B represents the best way to bring people, a lot of people, down to the river, including kids on school buses. But once that's done, I think we need to take a look at alternate 1 and make that a second entrance with a maybe more restricted basis. But I believe both of them should be considered. We're going to go on, if this is voted against 5B, the lawsuits come. I don't want to be here again 3 years from now or 4 years from now. I want this debate to be resolved. I'm asking everybody up there to not think with your state hat or your local hat, think with your solution hat. Let's come together, let's find a solution. I think it's there. And it doesn't have to take another 2 or 3 years. It doesn't have to take lawsuits. But I'm willing to do whatever I can do to lend my office financially, politically, to do whatever it takes to finally let the people of Fresno have access to the San Joaquin River. Thank you, and we'll answer any questions.
We can hold the applause. I don't want to get where we're applauding on either side. We don't have enough time. Santos, you have some questions or statements?
Could you have the mayor come back, please?
Mayor, I think there's a question of Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
What do you mean exactly by restricting access through alternative 1?
As I mentioned earlier, I think having unfettered access would create a lot of problems into a pretty dense residential area with existing traffic problems. If we're smart, when we have 2 ways, we have a park, we've developed 5B, we're going to need some time to determine what the demand's going to be. We're putting 40 parking stalls. Maybe we need 80, I don't know. Once that's done, I think then we can probably measure the impact of opening the second one on the alternate 1. I know we can't link them by road. We could link those 2 by trail. So I don't have all the detailed answers, but I think there's enough out there. There's smart people around here that can make those decisions and find those solutions.
In addition, you mentioned a future bond, correct?
I mentioned 2 things. One is state legislation. For example, Assemblyman Joaquin got pretty close last year, and it was vetoed by the governor, but we have a different governor now, who I've met 3 times in the last 2 months. I met Governor Brown 1 time in 8 years. He's got a commitment to Fresno. And I think, I don't know where he's at on his legislation, that's one solution, not only for this project, but really, you talked about earlier, the Conservancy, who has this responsibility, should have the ability to have O&M money to take care of the, from tires that are left down there, junk, debris, homelessness. You guys need funding. The city of Fresno can't bear the entire load, but we're willing to participate. The second one was a ballot measure, bringing a ballot measure in 2020, a balance between public safety and parks that would specifically include funding for this parkway trail and maintenance. I can't give the exact amount, but that's to be determined.
So if I am, and correct me if I'm wrong, it has taken over a year and we don't have anything concrete from the city of Fresno.
Actually,
and we have proposals for the future, possibly for the M&O. Is that correct?
Actually, based on my conversation with our staff, we met all 5 conditions. Okay, now there's debate whether the final one was done. I'm not going to put fingers of blame on anybody, but I think it's still doable to finish up the final part of it in terms of the easement from the Wildlife Commission and the one from the flood control. So those can be done, I believe, in the next 90 days, 120 days. I'm not sure the exact timing. But all those conditions were met, the ones that were specified in December 2017 meeting.
So if we did approve alternative one at the end of the day, then you would go forward with changing the general plan to provide a signal light?
Without 5B, I would be hesitant to do that. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I want to go forward on this deal, but I think we have to have 5B first. Now, again, nothing in politics is pristine. Everything is getting the best you can, and it's also people extending their hand out and meeting halfway and finding solutions. That's what we have right here. I mean, these votes have almost all been down the middle, state versus local. Let's get past that. I'm willing to do it.
Karen?
With that statement, thank you. Your concluding statement before you were called back up was, let's open this for the people of Fresno. And don't you believe it should be open for the people of California? That's the problem. I mean, you're right. We are getting too local. We are state agencies, state property. It should be a bigger issue than just here in California.
Yes.
Than just here in Fresno.
That should be done legislatively. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree. I want people from Madera County to be able to go there too. My wife, so it is a regional amenity, and the predominant use with the assumption would be Fresno, but it would be, if I have someone that's visiting me from Oregon and I'm going to take them down through there, it's something that it's bigger than just, picking sites. And if we're opening it up to the state of California, then we need to have more than one access point, I think. And I think that there's a way to get there. So that's, Paul?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Your presence is very important, and your commitment going forward is going to be vital. I've asked our council about the idea that, much like we built a railroad across this nation, we might put two lead agencies in play to build out this project as fast as possible for the citizens of California. Could you opine on if that would help and what your level of support for that idea might be?
Again, if that's the fastest path, the best way to go forward, I'm open to it. Again, I'm not going to have to consult with our city attorney and our staff, but I'm giving my personal commitment on where I want to go. I want to see this river open to our public. I want to see an end to these debates. As I mentioned earlier, you guys are here to make sure we don't have lawsuits. Well, unfortunately, we're on looking at lawsuits. I'd like to go forward after this day where there's no lawsuits. We've found a solution to move forward, all of us collectively. And again, we're all going to have to give something on this deal. So I know whether it's the county, the state, whatever the other lead agency, if it's the best way to go, Paul, that's what I'll do.
So if option 3 had this board focus on the core project, and we asked the city of Fresno to focus on the access at Palm and Knees and the acquisition of the acreage that is now owned by the San Joaquin River Access Corporation, you would support that?
Probably. Again, without having attorneys, I got to be careful what I say, but again, it's in the spirit of what I'm saying. The spirit is we need to work together to find a solution.
That'd be the council would also have to approve that as well.
Would not make any kind of financial commitment if it's, a ballot measure is different. Any kind of fiscal deal is always subject to, at least 4 votes on the council.
Any other question? Oh, Julie?
I'm going to go ahead and ask this question because I'm curious about the mayor's opinion on this. So there's been some conversations about the both 5B and both alternative 1 sort of concept. I'm not sure that it has to be alternative 5B though, because if I recall the Tutelian easement, if you have access at Riverview Drive, you then can use the existing haul road and not need to cut through the bluff. I'm curious about what you might think about that option because the easement held by the city allows for that.
there were some high, standards put out there a year ago to make 5B economically feasible. I think, frankly, a lot of people didn't think they could be done, and they were done for the most part. So I'm still in favor of that. Everything I've seen so far says this can be done. It can be done in a way that brings a lot of people down in a close proximity to the river, within really a couple hundred feet. But again, I'm open to the final step with the Wildlife Commission and the easements there. But we've got this far. That's the quickest way to get it. Once we get there, we can look at alternate one.
Any other questions of the mayor? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any other board conversation or any questions of staff? It's close to lunch. I think we'll take a quick lunch break before we get into the public comment. Is everyone okay with that? Maybe a 20-minute? Or is it here yet? Okay. 12:15. So I've got 17 comment cards here. That's about 34 minutes at 2 minutes apiece. And I know Supervisor Maxig, you have another.
At this point, I would say let's just get through all the comments and move along.
All right. So I'll start in the order that I received them. This is going to be a 2-minute. Will we be able to put 2 minutes on the clock? The three will be up there, or do I need my phone? Steve, will you be able to work the clock for me? Thank you. All right, and then I'll call 3 names, and if the 3 can come up so that we can just go right in a row. Sarah Parks, Tom Beggs, and Adam Wattenbarger.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board today. Let me get my thoughts together here. So I want to speak to what you said, Julie, about the concept of if we are looking at a compromise and perhaps Riverview Drive could be opened, then perhaps we could reevaluate what was known as the real alternative 5 in the EIR. And we just heard Mayor Brand said, but we've proved that 5B can be done. And the only thing that I can think is just because something can be done doesn't mean that it should. And if we're looking at a compromise, I just cannot wrap my head around building a new road when we could use 2 roads that exist today. I spent some time earlier this week reviewing the minutes from the December 2017 Conservancy Board meeting. I just wanted to kind of remember, how did we get here? And one of the things that stuck out to me that I've been thinking a lot about this week is something that at that time, City Manager Bruce Red said, and let me find it here. He says, "This is prudent. Why build anything if you do not have the resources to adequately maintain it in the long run?" And I really, really want you to consider that as we think about, again, this compromise concept. If we're doing a compromise, we don't need to build a new road down a bluff. We don't need to destroy a park. We don't need to remove the only mature vegetation that's on the property today. And we don't need to destroy a bluff. Please consider that in your discussions today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Again, we're going to hold applause until the end for me. Tom Biggs. Anna Wattenbarger. Next.
Good morning. I've got a flash drive here. We've got some photos and the alternative 1 and 5B to review by map here. Don't start my clock yet. Okay, ready? As you recall, my name's Tom Beggs. I'm with the San Joaquin River Access Corporation. As you recall from the January 9th meeting, myself and my friend Tim Bakeman were in charge of the geotechnical side of the post-closure land use plan. And we spent, as I said, back in January, we spent many meetings, phone calls, emails, and just really have to hand it to Melinda Marks here. And through this entire process, having her help us navigate through the various issues and bringing this post-closure land use plan together in a 12-month period, including the work of John Kenzie and the Spano Group, Barry Bauer, to bring the property to fruition, to allow us to even be here today, to even be talking about a successful conclusion with 5B. And I think there's Melinda's successor, and John has been very helpful as well. So, what we have here is the 5B and the.
For the record, I think we need the.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Pause it for a second.
What we have here is an aerial that prepared by the Public Works Department, and we're showing alternative 5B as well as alternative 1. As you can see from where my arrow is now, 1 has to come down the slope here, and then they are going to end up in an undisturbed wildlife area, whereas on 5B we're building our roadway on the existing bluff area, as well as our landfill area there.
Mr. Beggs, that's the end of the 2 minutes, and I think we had like 15 seconds. I hate to.
All right. Well, let me. This is by no means, Mr. Garcia, a lumbar street. Okay. The Parks Public Works has built many of these road types in the past, and we need some help with the next video here.
The 2 minutes is up, Mr. Beggs. If somebody else, you could defer your time to somebody else on this.
All right.
I apologize. Anna Weinbarger, the next 3. Miguel Arias, Scott Mosier, and Ted Morgan. Anna, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Anna Wattenbarger, a Madera County resident, and I've been a supporter of the Parkway for 30 years, and I've been a board member of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust for nearly that long. I, too, was on the board during the negotiations for the purchase of the Spano property. It took forever, or so it seemed, and I remember how excited we were when we finally closed that deal, were able to deliver the property to the Conservancy, and realized that finally we were going to be able to expand the Lewis Eaton Trail and to open more property for Parkway users. Well, that was a long time ago. We were sort of blown away at the idea of this 5B, and there's been a lot of talk today about operations and maintenance. I'd like you to stop and think for a few minutes what the additional maintenance costs would be for a cut and fill roadway being built down that bluff. It's the steepest, tallest part of the bluff. That has to be a lot more expensive than the option 1 road that already exists and was built and designed to access a large subdivision in the river bottom that was never built. Maintenance issues aside, the easy part of the Access Corporation was acquiring that hot potato property from Mr. Spano. Nobody wanted that dump site. The Parkway Trust actually paid for it. I hope you didn't pay much for it, because the Parkway Trust actually paid $20,000 an acre to close that deal. The state wouldn't take it, wouldn't pay for it, and Mr. Spano would not reduce his price. So we really do have some skin in this game. I think we've delayed long enough. I want to be able to walk on the Lewis Eaton Trail on River West, and I don't want to be pushed in a wheelchair or have to use a walker when that time comes. So let's not waste any more time pursuing a road that will never be built. It's a roadblock. It's not a road. Thank you very much.
Miguel Arias, Fresno City Council.
Good afternoon. As noted, my name is Miguel Arias, and I'm currently the Council Vice President. Good afternoon, my council colleague. And today I want to speak on this matter from this perspective. As you know, in Fresno, we have a strong mayor form of government. The mayor handles day-to-day operations and supervises staff. But the council solely sets policy and adopts and allocates our budget. This council has not taken a position on either option, nor have we determined that we even have the means for the proposal that's being supported by the mayor and some of you on the board. So I want to be crystal clear. As far as I understand, as far as I'm concerned, our council has not discussed this matter nor taken a position, nor have we determined that we have the ability to build or maintain the alternatives that are being proposed, specifically Alternative 5B. Personally, I support Alternative 1 from the perspective that we have an obligation to ensure as much public access as possible and to ensure that this body is far more reflective of the community that we serve in this county and is responsive to that community. I don't believe today that's the case, nor do I believe that those voices have been heard. So I just want to respectfully remind this body that our council and our city has not taken a uniform position on the recommendations before you today, nor have we been given the opportunity, nor the information that would lead us to conclude that we can afford to build or maintain option 5B. Thank you all.
Councilman, I know that you probably have to leave soon, that's why I got you to the front, but Supervisor Maxey would like to ask you a question, if that's all right.
Question, because you've presented some new information, at least for me. It's always been my understanding that the city's general plan was and does support 5B. Is that not the case?
As you know, the general plan was approved, I want to say, almost 6-7 years ago, and the general plan calls for about 30 years worth of projects. And on an annual basis, we have to assess whether we can commit the resources to build those individual projects. At this point, we have about $600 million of broken sidewalks that we can afford to maintain or fix, plus a ton of transportation infrastructure projects. This project, in my view, is nowhere near the horizon to be able to be recommended for building or maintenance.
The only reason I ask that question is it's been presented, at least to me, that the city's general plan supports 5B. I think the city's general plan was approved in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, while Ashley Swearingen was still the mayor. And as a former council member, I know when projects come before us, we have to make a determination if they're in alignment with the general plan or not. So I ask the question because if it's in alignment, I can appreciate the fact the city doesn't have the ability to build it and probably doesn't have the ability to maintain it either. But in this case, it would be this board that would be bringing a potential project, whether it be Alternative 1 or 5. If a project came before the board, which wasn't in alignment with the general plan, typically what needs to take place?
Typically, the board has to vote to amend the general plan. And so far, since the general plan was adopted, we've had 4 changes in the general plan, what they call cleanups. I was just informed by our director of planning just last week that we're beginning the process of updating and creating a new general plan as we're getting to the 10-year mark. So they don't plan any additional cleanups, but there will be some significant changes as we enter the process for a new general plan. Is the city looking to change its general plan to come into alignment with any of the other 4 alternatives or 5 alternatives aside from 5B that you're aware of? At this point, I can't speak to it because staff hasn't recommended nor presented those options to us. Today, this council, as you know, we have a new council as of January, and the dynamics of the council and the makeup have shifted dramatically, and this council has not been entertained with even these options that are before you or ability to support either option. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia also had.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate your honesty. We do recognize that you, as well as I, are newly elected to our city councils, and a lot of this information is new to us, and we're processing everything. But I appreciate your personal concern in support of Alternative 1, And we will most certainly be having more discussions as we move forward about what the city can or cannot do. So I respect you coming forward and giving us your personal opinion on this matter, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you. And in closing, I would just suggest that maybe recommend for your consideration. It's very hard for people in the southern part of the city to attend these council meetings, to have their voices heard. The river is an asset of the whole county, not just one part of the city. And we all have to find a way to make sure we hear all the voices of those who are concerned and want access to that river bed. And I personally have done the tour and walked the area and understand the alternatives and the challenges of the two options before us. And I would submit to you that whatever option you choose, whoever is going to have to foot the bill for it should be fully aware and fully capable of completely paying for that construction and the maintenance of those facilities, because we clearly have limited resources in all our respective jurisdictions.
And I just wanted to personally thank you for coming and speaking to it as well. And, you know, as a Madera County board member, I get to look across this and just see the politics play out. As kind of I used to be a voyeur, now I have to be right in the middle of it. So I appreciate what you do on a daily basis now, much more than I did even before. But to the point, I heard a lot of the residents from South Fresno, Southwest, Southeast Fresno, of how to get there. And Councilman Brandau and I we rode the bus to see what it would be like to get there, and then tracked it on my Nike Plus. My phone probably thought this is the first time I've exercised in about 2 years. It was scared for me, but it was 1.31 miles to walk to the alternative one from the closest terminus, and then 0.3 miles, about 5 minutes from the closest terminus at 5B. So I just want you to know personally that I do care about, you know, how do we get more access for the residents of South Fresno, and using public transportation. That was what I found was it was either a 22-minute walk or a 4-minute walk. And so we're thinking, and I want to work with you to figure out how we get to both sides.
And I appreciate that, and I'm sure you understand that the vast majority of our community doesn't use public transportation. That's not their primary vehicle or means for transportation, and that the vast majority of the users now that are accessing the river are not doing it through public transit. We just installed the BRT system that is just focused on 2 corridors. Right now, it still takes me a couple hours in multiple stops to get from one point of the city to the other. Ultimately, we'd like to make that a more efficient public system, but I do believe that this county and this city and our surrounding areas have clearly understand that freeway systems, streets are the primary mode of transportation for our areas, and that's why we've made significant investments in Measure C and in the freeway system. So I wouldn't rely on an assumption that folks from South Fresno or folks from certain demographics are going to use public transit to access an amenity like a river.
So it's for the whole area. I know there's been a vast investment in public transit in Fresno, and then be able to use that as a means to get down there. I was just pointing out how long it would take and the path to get there.
Yeah, it's absolutely a shorter walk, but it's more efficient access, one option versus the other if you're going to use a vehicle to get there, which is the primary mode of transportation for the vast majority of residents.
Which I had also done as well, and it is much faster to find Palm and go north versus going on all the different back roads to get to it. So I've spent a lot of time in my car and now the bus trying to figure out how the best to get there. But I do appreciate you being here. As a partner from Madera County, I want to help get everybody there in Fresno.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And best of luck today.
All right, we have Scott Mosier, then Ted Morgan, and then after Ted Morgan, it's going to be Tom Bohegan, Sharon Weaver, and Myra Coble.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director, City of Fresno. I only wanted to speak to a few items just to add to the mayor's comments. One was, again, with respect to general plan. I want to highlight that our City of Fresno general plan does have 2 access points. It calls for Palm Avenue as the vehicular access point, and then Riverview Drive as a pedestrian and bicycle connection. There would be opportunity, people can park in that area, they can use that trail access point, so that does and provides an immediate connection into the area. I do want to highlight also with respect to Gravel Hall Road, there was a comment made that saying that going with alternative 1 would also result in access through the Tutelian easement. And we did have a very professional, reputable engineering firm, Blair Church and Flynn, has done lots and lots of work in this area. Look at that. That was an alternative where we did an engineering study and provided that to the Conservancy. I want to highlight that option got into some hazardous waste material. It was identified within the limits of the landfill to widen that road out enough for vehicles. 5B, by contrast, did not get into that material. It was very clean. We believe we've met all of the criteria and that would really be ready to go forward. So also available with any questions the board may have.
Regarding the Hall Road, I think the widening was when that was proposed as sort of the primary Fresno side access to accommodate emergency vehicles and turning radii. Would that be still necessary if there was also access for things like fire trucks and ambulance at Riverview Drive?
If the road was going to have 2-way traffic in order that a vehicle could have one vehicle going each direction on that road, then yes, it would get into the landfill materials.
So you're saying it would need to be widened regardless, even if there was other access?
Regardless of emergency vehicles, yes. What really drove getting into the landfill was 2-way traffic. I personally would not recommend building any kind of access road if it only had room for one-way traffic. I don't know how that could be operated to not be able to have vehicles go both directions if someone's coming the opposite way. So not to say that that's impossible, but it would represent a major hurdle to implementing Tutelian Hall Road option.
You had a comment to that?
I did want to point out in discussions I've had with the San Joaquin River Restoration Program, part of which is under Julie's purview, is that stream channel through there is also something that they would very much appreciate working on by making it less wide. It's an old gravel pit. So the alternative of going into the old landfill is not the only alternative. It hasn't been looked at doing restoration work on the channel and maybe having a wider footing along that bluff. Very big project, definitely with something that would come back not only to this board, but the San Joaquin Restoration Program would have to weigh in on it too. But there is possibilities on both sides of this issue to be able to look at. But definitely something, take a lot of work, a lot of negotiation, a lot of thinking.
So Paul, you had a
Yes,
question?
Mr. Mosier, welcome. And again, thank you for your information. You always bring important details that a lot of us don't see that go on in planning things. I know you have been involved with the River West implementation work group, as have some of your colleagues very directly. Much has been spotlighted on the failure of the finished easement, but would you very briefly tell me and the rest of those assembled what the River West Implementation Work Group did accomplish in 12 months, and just, is that what you expected, and what's your evaluation of the progress?
Yes, as far as the 12-month process, we had monthly meetings with a wide variety of stakeholders, ranging from county public health, City of Fresno, San Joaquin River Conservancy, Parkway Trust involvement, as well as the 501c3, the River Access Corporation. And during that time, we felt in that meeting that we were able to accomplish everything. A really big accomplishment was the post-closure plan approval. That's a conditional approval. Of course, the final approval with County Public Health does not occur until full construction, construction-ready documents are complete. But that's everything it needed to be at that time. Also, the parcel was created for the River Access Corporation. What the mayor mentioned earlier is that our city council took action to provide a cross-access easement through Spano Park to that parcel, to that property. So that does have legal, viable access from Palm Avenue to that property. So that is in place. Also, with the flood control district, there is an easement that exists today. It's a trail easement, and that does provide the vast majority of what is needed. We've also had high-level discussions with flood control district's general manager, Alan Hoffman, district engineer Peter Sanchez, and staff. They reviewed the engineering report from Blair Church and Flynn and took no exceptions to that. The flood control is basically waiting for construction drawings, and at that time, then that easement would be formalized. That's normal process.
Thank you. Mr. Mosher, in your initial comments, you made a statement that the alternative 5B was to consider the vehicle traffic route, and then alternative 1 was more of a pedestrian and bicycle entrance, and that is, I believe that's what is identified in the general plan. And then you also stated that people could park in the area. What did you mean by people could park in the area and access the alternative 1 site? I don't...
So excuse me, so as far as Riverview Drive in that area, there is legal on-street parking in that area. So typically, I mean, if you had pedestrian bicycle access at that point, could people decide to, a group of people decide to go for an early morning run and then use that access point? Could they go there? Could you have hikers, cyclists, other type of recreation? Could people bike to that point and then continue on a trail loop and come around? So it's available for all of those types of uses and access points under our general plan. General plan does not allow for vehicular access, and as such, without a plan amendment, the city could not issue any street work permits or authorize that connection to that point.
Thank you.
Julie, you had a question?
2 questions. I'm not clear what, if anything, the city would need to approve for work on the state property, other than the signal, which I think is why we did a statement of overriding consideration in the event that didn't come to fruition. I keep hearing about the conflict with the general plan amendment, but I'm not clear that anything would need to happen outside of the signal on anything other than state property, and therefore I'm not understanding where or if city approval is necessary.
As far as the general plan, we, just as staff, administratively, we do not have authority to issue permits and such in terms of city right-of-way or properties that are inconsistent with the general plan. The traffic signal is consistent with the general plan as far as Audubon and Del Mar is concerned. That would be a standard installation. Of course, we appreciate the recognition that alternative 1, if selected, would drive and create a mitigation to be addressed. But that would be a standard traffic signal installation that staff would not take exception to. However, connecting a street or drive access to Riverview Drive is inconsistent with the general plan. That does involve an encroachment permit into the public right-of-way for that connection, and that is something that we could not approve and issue permits without a plan amendment.
So basically what I hear you saying is anything that touches the city property, that's where the challenge is. So how do you build a road? So extending the road from where it is right now, ending in the city of Fresno, and then onto the property of the Conservancy. They have to connect at some point to have one joint road, so there needs to be mutual agreements for who's going to maintain what, and you have to have some connection. So that's where the encroachment permits are required, I think, for actually doing the work, and then there needs to be some type of maintenance agreement where it's understood how those roads are going to be maintained, and they have to be joined together.
That is correct.
I think Ken had.
Another general plan question, is the Perrin Avenue vehicular entrance addressed in the Fresno general plan?
I cannot personally speak to that as Public Works Director, but I can ask my colleague Jennifer Clark. We can try to have a response back to the board during this session.
I believe that there are already existing easements underneath both right now, Caltrans owns both bridges at 41, and there is an existing easement underneath it where that entrance is that takes into account that there would be a trail and a roadway. It just dead ends right now into our property.
But that area would be covered under Fresno's general plan.
It would be within city limits.
Yes.
And we did not call it out as an exception in the EIR, so that would indicate, if my memory's right, that there is it's basically in the general plan a list of public access points. So.
And that,
I'd have
I
to
believe
look
that
for
is
sure.
correct, but we will verify. I believe Perrin Avenue access is consistent with the City of Fresno general plan.
Paul had a question too.
Mr. Mosier, under its current condition, the access point at Riverview, I have a question about that. Our newest colleague, Mr. Garcia, brought up the question of school bus loads of children, and I have a feeling he's thinking about the amazing Madera program that brings Madera third graders to one of the ponds at Sycamore Island. Is there anything now that prohibits Fresno Unified or other schools, or in my case, I'm a board member of the Boys and Girls Frog, from bringing kids through that access point, maybe to the H Pond, and using that as a field trip?
I'm not aware of anything that would prohibit that.
All right, if there's no further questions, thank you, Scott. And then, Marilyn, we'll save our questions if we need to bring somebody up that made public comment. I know that the city of Fresno, there was a lot of interest, and if they have to leave. So from here on out, we'll just go forward with the public comment at 2 minutes apiece. Thank you, Mr. Mosier. So again, it's Ted Morgan, Tom Bohegan, Sharon Weaver, and then Myra Coble.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Many here today have always considered Alternative 5B to be a complete and utter waste of time and taxpayer money. We contend that Alternative 1 is the only viable access point from the south side of the River West property. A month ago, a majority of you correctly, and I must say courageously, agreed with that contention. Well, now you get another opportunity to do the right thing. I implore you to remain steadfast and reaffirm the appropriateness of Alternative 1. For those of you who did not vote with the majority last month, I implore you to change your position so that there is a clear and unequivocal mandate so that this project can finally move ahead without further delay. Thank you very much.
My name is Tom Bohegan, and there are strong opinions that have been expressed for a long, long time on this issue, and it'll continue to be the case no matter what you decide today. But I took a moment to look at the Conservancy's mission statement that's online. And one of the key parts of it is that the Conservancy's mission includes acquiring approximately 5,900 acres from willing sellers, developing, operating, and managing those lands for public access and recreation and protecting, enhancing, and restoring riparian and floodplain habitat. Option 5B goes in the face of that. It destroys a city park, which we should all be concerned of, given that the city of Fresno has one of the lowest park rates of any civilized city in the United States. It destroys the natural bluff line and probably about 15 of the 20 mature sycamores that are habitat to all kinds of species. In and of itself, that's an outrage, and it is also an expensive one at that. I think there's time for clarity now. I think that what we should be doing is looking at option, implementing alternative 1, implementing the parent option as well, and then where we already have a road on knees going down to the river, give that one a once-over again. And the fact of the matter is, it can be done. Now, will there be lawsuits? This is America. Everybody sues everybody. But it's about time to finally give a clear statement that we're going to actually do something to give access to regular people in this greater community, not just Fresno, but we're also going to protect the majority of the old-growth trees that are on this 500 and some acre parcel. And by the way, when it comes down to operation and maintenance, and I just have to make this point, there's only one entity that is going to step up on this. It's not going to be the county of Fresno. It's not going to be the city of Fresno. It'd be nice if we can get some state money, and I think that would be something we should focus. But it'll be the trust, and the trust has raised $250,000, and I'm happy to say today that we're doing an additional $20,000 from my family on top of the 20 I talked about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep it consistent. Sharon, and then Myra Coble, after that, Janet Gardner, Felipe Grimaldo.
Good morning, everybody. Sharon Weaver. I serve as the Executive Director of the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust, and I will keep my comments very short today. As you all know where our organization stands on this issue, we believe that there is one existing access point to this site today. It's called Alternative 1. There is an existing public access easement held on a road that was evaluated as Alternative 5 in your EIR. And thank you, Ms. Vance, for bringing that up. The City of Fresno has the ability to use that road for public access if you approve Alternative 1. So I want to just, I really appreciated Mayor Brand's statement that we need not just one access point, not just 2 access points, but how about 3 access points to this property? Because by approving the core project with access on Perrin Road and Alternative 1, then you automatically get the ability to also use Alternative 5. That's 3 access points to this site. That minimizes any undue impacts from using just one access point. So I encourage you to move forward with Alternative 1, directing staff to prepare the findings for Alternative 1 today. Thank you.
Myra Coble.
Hi, my name is Myra Coble. I am not an expert, and I'm not going to be as articulate or as politically correct as the other speakers have been. And I am going to use these notes because I'm very nervous, but I do have some points to make. First of all, I went out yesterday and visited these sites myself, and frankly, it's a no-brainer. Alternative 1 uses existing roads. Neither Riverview Drive nor the short portion of Del Mar were ever designed to be residential streets. There are no driveways. There are no homes fronting those roads. They were designed as an access route to the river, period. The purpose of this board is conservancy and public access. The alternative B, 5B, I'm sorry, does not expedite public access. It's going to take forever if it ever gets built. And the removal of old growth trees and tearing up the bluff is not conservation. On the city bus point, that's ridiculous. First of all, the city can just add a stop at the access point. Second, I was down there yesterday. The guy carrying his ice chest and his folding chair and his fishing pole is not going to come down there on the city bus. Neither is the guy with his St. Bernard that came down there to walk it. People are not going to access this on the city bus. Frankly, the only reason I can see for 5B is, and this is in the words of Mr. Brandow at a recent forum, to protect the neighbors. And I want to know, protect them from what? From us? You know, while we appreciate that the people who live out there have worked hard to own their beautiful, large, lovely, expensive homes, Riverview Drive and the river were there before they were, and they do not own those roads or the river. We do. Thank you.
Janet Gardner? Janet had to leave. Felipe Grimaldo, and then after that, Richard Sloan. Namel Connor. And Don Rooney.
Thank you both for allowing me the opportunity to come here and speak to you. My name is Felipe Grimaldo. I am a community member from Madera County. I want to just make a few points real quick. The San Joaquin River is a magical, beautiful place where for a brief moment it allows attendees to enjoy the sights and sounds of nature locally and allow for the people to reminisce on fond memories being created in your childhood. I know because I've actually personally have lived through going through nature and actually allowing my girl to be a fisherman and allowing my kids to do the same. I personally, I'm continuing my lessons, my fish lessons with my son by teaching him to cast his rod in the muddy pond through the Sycamore Island area of Madera. I've also believed that the people feel the same way when they visit Woodward Park, for instance, while hiking down the bluffs in a nature walk, for example. However, now you all have a decision to do, and to delay the proceedings to access from the Fresno side is the wrong thing to do. Nothing can be further from the truth than the words described in the lyrics from the song Big Yellow Taxi, which I also want to add in addition by Joni Mitchell. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? And then I add that you want to pave paradise just to put up a parking lot, and specifically on top of a landfill. What kind of childhood will we have for our kids? What kind of location will we have for our children to be able to go to these locations like this? The sole reason for this body to meet is to conserve the San Joaquin River and to stop figuring out ways to destroy the land and stop wasting constituents' taxpayer money and start letting us have access on the Fresno side. Do the right thing and vote for alternative 1 and keep the bluffs intact and the trees alive. I am Felipe Grimaldo, and I am the voice for nature because someone needs to speak up when no one else is doing that. Thank you.
Okay. Richard Sloan. And Ms.
Richard Sloan. I don't understand why there's all this big to-do about going to some ponds that are dying, that are going to be smelly, having runoff from the ponds going into, from the parking lot at Alternative 1 going into the ponds. There's already 2 Fresno City ponding basins that when they overflow, they both go into one of the ponds. Some more proposed closures of the ponds from the river is going to make the hydraulic connections even worse to the ponds. Fresno does not have any access, close access to the San Joaquin River. I would like to invite Mr. Garcia to come with me and help carry a canoe or a kayak from Alternative 1 over 2,000 feet to the river, or from Alternative 5B and go anywhere from 200 to 400 feet to the San Joaquin River. In the last 75 years, there have been at least 4 bridges connecting the Spano and Sycamore Island properties. The 5B alternative choice would make any new bridge proposed to connect Spano and Sycamore Island at least 1,000 feet closer to the parking area, making it more handicapped accessible and more expeditious for Sycamore Island users to patronize restaurants and shops on the Fresno side and easier access to the Madera side. Also, the Spano Park is a landfill, has been filled in. The Madera Canal used to go in there, and they had to fill in the canal and make the bluff the nice straight face that it is. So Mr. Bohigian is wrong about that. And also the propaganda about the big tree that they're standing to, that tree, that sycamore tree would not be damaged
in the construction of the bluff. There's been a lot of misinformation that has been put out, and I'd be glad to talk about the health of the ponds, but I don't have time right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Noel Connor, Don Rooney, after that, Saeed Attar, and Sarah Cobb.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Norval Connor. I live in the Bluff area out there of the park. My concern is, and I have dealt all my life with safety, and I would like to see more access to that large area. If for no other reason, I walk through green grass now, but this summer it'll turn brown. And not if, but when we have a grass fire out there, we need more entrance and we need more exit areas from that area to get away from hazardous conditions such as a grass fire. With the wind blowing, it would only take a few minutes to where it covers that area. And if there's general public out there in that area, when a grass fire cuts loose, we're going to have some problems. So my conclusion is the more access we have to that area and the more exit we have, it's a safer program. So I would like to see an additional entrance and exit down at the south or downstream end so that the public has better access and better exit in the case of a problem. Thank you.
And then after these next three, we are going to take a short break for lunch and come back because the stat kept growing as we were sitting here. So it'll be Don Rooney, Saeed Attar, and Sarah Cobb, and then we'll take a 30-minute lunch and people can go plug their meters.
Good afternoon. I'm in favor of the access to the river, of course, just like everybody is. And I think that the 5B and the Perrin access are adequate. And I think that extra traffic through a neighborhood to get to Riverview is not the right way to go, with another possibility of a traffic light at Audubon and Del Mar. That's an extra cost, and the traffic is bad enough going down that Audubon right now to have people coming from all over the state, accordingly, access into that one road in the Riverview doesn't seem to make sense. So 5B and the Perrin access are the right way to go. Thank you.
Also, I just got a card from Ana Melendez on behalf of Assemblyman Joaquin Arambula, so she'll be right before the break as well to wrap us up. Saeed Attar? You had to leave? Sarah?
I have some documents for you guys.
Could we have
So the documents that are being passed out are exhibits that are going to be going along with what I am speaking to. First and foremost, in December 2017, the Conservancy Board approved resolution number 17-02. The resolution number 17-02 is conditioned upon all parties acting in good faith towards the implementation of alternative 5B. The Conservancy recognizes the Parkway Trust as a partner and allowed the Parkway Trust to participate in all of the alternative 5B workgroup implementation meetings. For Exhibit 1, the Parkway Trust did not, in good faith, act towards the implementation of alternative 5B. The day after the resolution number 17-02 was approved, the Parkway Trust sent an email to its membership entitled, "We've only just begun." In that email, it states that the Parkway Trust would carry on the right on another day, clearly expressing its intent to oppose alternative 5B. Moving on to Exhibit 2, throughout 2018, the Parkway Trust continued to fight against alternative 5B. For example, on June 28, 2018, when we were trying to get an easement of the City of Fresno for alternative 5B, Sharon Weaver of the Parkway Trust commented against the action. On December 5th of 2018, when the city's planning commission was considered variance to the tree removal ordinance and the bluff protection ordinance, which required actions under resolution number 1702, both Sharon Weaver and Chris Brown, who is the Parkway Trust counsel, commented against the action. After the meeting, and I witnessed this with my own eyes, the council chambers, both Ms. Weaver and Mr. Brown, were yelling at Mr. Shelton right outside those doors for making statements that the planning commission that they perceived to be favorable to alternative 5B. After the meeting, the Parkway Trust appealed the planning commission approval.
That's your time, thank you.
All right, well, please look through the other 5 exhibits. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. I'm here on behalf of Assemblymember Joaquin Arambula, and I have a statement. San Joaquin River Conservancy, since its inception 26 years ago, has been tasked with bringing a continuous public parkway along the San Joaquin River to fruition. As we know, the Conservancy has been able to acquire the majority of properties that will ultimately comprise the 21-mile parkway. The acquisition of these properties has been, in large part, made possible due to public bond dollars in the tens of millions. These are public dollars meant to benefit the public. I have introduced Assembly Bill 559, which will make available an option for the Conservancy to enter into an operations and management agreement with state parks. This bill continues the work we achieved last year when I introduced AB 3218. As many of you know, that bill was put together with the help, input, and support of our local agencies, entities, cities, and counties. As I work with my colleagues to identify O&M funds for the parkway, I asked the Conservancy to consider an option that would open up areas of the parkway as quickly as possible so the public can enjoy the river as intended. My legislative efforts should be viewed as complementary to the work of the Conservancy, not either or. In areas of the state that have borne the burden of pollution heavily and which is consistently classified as disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged, opening up a public parkway would be transformational. It is simply the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here, and if you can let the Assemblyman know how much we appreciate his work on getting that huge portion that obviously we have a lot of comment on here about the operation and maintenance, and he's doing great work up there. We really appreciate it. All right, with that, we will take a 12:40, so we will come back at 1:10. welcome back, everybody. If you can start finding your seats, we're going to get going here again. Oh, I forgot my water. All right, welcome back. We'll reconvene the public comment portion. I still have quite a few here. Supervisor Magsig does have to leave pretty soon. He gets to go chair another meeting. I can ask right now, we've heard a lot. Is there anybody that would wish to remove their comment card? I'd appreciate it, or just say ditto to somebody else. So as I get to your name, if you'd like to remove it at that time, please let me know, just in the interest of getting it back so that we can make a decision today. I know I've heard a lot of these comments throughout, and they're all valid. But in the interest of time, if anybody would wish to pull theirs, just let me know when I call your name. We'll start with Satya Mahants, Paul Pierce, and Peggy Riley. Satya? Did he? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I was looking there and you were behind the pillar. I couldn't see you. And then as I call your name, if in this front row, if you can come down so that we can quickly move through the process. And I also had some requests that when you come up, please state your name before your comment.
Thank you, members of Conservation Board. My name is Satya Mahanti. I have been living in Fresno for past 45 years. And Audubon Drive, which is under contention here, I've been living since '89. So I have seen how the traffic on Audubon Drive increased over the years. I don't want to go to all the details. There are 5 points which I wrote down. And the views expressed here are attested by the members. I went around yesterday to get their signature. If they agree with this one, you could see they are signed, and they are in the back also there are signatures. So it is not just me, but the community who are accessing Audubon Drive from different directions. There are their comments. Okay? What are the things that have happened to Audubon Drive since I moved there? Significant increase of traffic flow in both directions over the years. See, some people are saying that, well, these are the people they want to use big yards and things like that. That is not. I am contesting about traffic, traffic, traffic. We appeal to the city of Fresno. Since we moved, even before this thing came up, before the Palm Avenue is opened, from Nice to Audubon, it is to be very peaceful and traffic is. That is where when we moved in that years. And also the proximity of Woodward Park is another reason we moved to this area. Not because we have riches and things like that, because we want to have a comfortable life when we retire. I am now retired. So this traffic increased, then we asked the city, can we put the traffic light? Being an engineer, taught for 30 years at Fresno State, they said you can't because it is designated as wider road.
That's your time.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much.
So that is one thing. So they said they can't put it. They talked about crosswalks.
Yeah,
But
that's-
anyway,
that's the
the
2
point
minutes.
is, personally, what happened to me?
That's it?
I
That's
lost,
That's the 2 minutes.
yeah,
I'm staying very firm on the 2 minutes.
yeah, 2 minutes.
No, you've already, your 2 minutes are
But
up
just,
now.
I'll conclude.
Huh?
I'll conclude it.
Your 2 minutes, I've tried to keep it very consistent on both sides.
Yes,
at
yes,
that
yes.
2 minutes.
Yes, I have to give my personal experience. I lost 2 times my mailboxes because of the S-shaped curve of the freeway. People overpass.
Satya?
So please make sure any further traffic, whatever you do, does not
Satya.
overflow the Audubon Drive and keep the people in Audubon safe, whether it's a conservancy or city. That's my only request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Pierce?
Paul Pierce, 636 East Florida Avenue, Fresno. Thank you. I was a planning commissioner for 4 years for the county, and so I've sat and listened to all this public testimony, and I appreciate what it's doing for you physically right now. And I was a planner for the city for many years before that. During the development of the subdivisions along the bluff, I was responsible for processing most of the subdivisions that took away public access to the bluff and to that vista, to that really priceless vista that we have across the river there. I saw that trail go from a planned trail to a number of vista points, to a smaller number of vista points, which if you don't know where they are, you don't experience seeing them. So the San Joaquin River really is the closest opportunity we have to experience nature. My mom, if she were alive today, would be 101 years old. She told me about taking the trolley out to go to the river. You know, this is a history that we have, and I'm a Measure 1 supporter. I strongly encourage you to get it done now. I was a planner 30 years plus ago, and it's still not available the way it should be to all of us. Thank you so much, and thanks for your service.
Thank you. So Peggy Riley, then I have Tim Bakeman, Christine Walter, and Harry Masuko.
My name is Peggy Riley. I'm a plain old citizen of that neighborhood. I wait forever and ever to get from one block off of Audubon onto Audubon, going in and out for errands and things daily. The traffic is horrendous. We don't need more traffic. You've heard that over and over. My biggest point is, it's one thing to look at a map and see something. It's another thing to read all of these reports and everything. I know there are new members on the board, and my biggest point is that I feel if you are going to vote on this issue and you have not taken the time or the care to come personally to our area and see what we're dealing with traffic-wise, getting in and out of our area just on a daily basis, I would think it would be not in your best interest to not come and see it personally and not just drive by it, drive in it and out of it, and sit at the stop sign and see what we're dealing with. So for that reason, I would advise the Knees entrance, and it would be a lot less complicated. Thank you for listening and considering.
Tim Bakeman? 2 minutes, Tim.
It's not going to be easy. Chairman Frazier, board members, my name is Tim Bakeman. I am the one that dropped off the material that sits at your desk now, the 2 folders. I want you to look at it. I want you to memorize it like we did, because it took us a long time to go through that material. We separated it. We worked very hard, and that's only part of what we did. So look at it. There's also a traffic study in there that gives you a little bit more of an insight, an independent traffic study. I served on the Roosevelt Community Plan for 4 years. From implementation to basically adoption. I served under Chris Peterson. I was appointed by Chris Peterson and then by Esther Padilla. I'm kind of a new person that came to this. I haven't been, I'm a Southeast area person. You know, that's what I fought for. That's what I lived for. That's what I've died for. We, through the Roosevelt Community Plan, if we would have said, Mr. Garcia, if we would have called our people NIMBYs, I got a news for you. I'd be kicked off that board. Esther Padilla would have kicked me around the room. And then bringing in some, you know something? Let me explain something to you. I've been doing this a long time. You can't treat people like that. It's wrong, and we would give you the shirt off of our backs to make this whole situation happen. But you try and steal it from us, and I'm going to knock you out. And I mean that. We've worked very hard, and there are solutions here. There are solutions. There might even be a compromise. We're not doing it here in front of the press. Vote 5B in. We'll sit down and talk. Thank you very much.
Christine Walter, after that, Harry Masuko, then Pete Weber, David Rodriguez, and Cliff Tutelian.
Good afternoon, Board. Christine Walter, San Joaquin River Access Corporation. I'm here to talk about a few things that have been brought up, but there is an important community that no one seems to be addressing, and that is the Pinedale community. Everyone talks about what's happening south of Fresno, but in the CEQA process and in the EIR process, the Pinedale community was identified as a disadvantaged community. And in meeting and talking with those residents, they're committed to the Palm and Knees access point. And we have had some people here from Pinedale today to speak. I don't know if they're all still here to be able to speak, but they did sign a letter asking that their interests and their concerns and their heritage is also addressed. And I don't think that this is something that should be ignored in the course of your conversations. The second thing, a couple other things I just want to talk about. Environmental impacts on 5B. Spano Park is not going to be destroyed. There are headlines out there that keep saying it is. It will not. There were minimal environmental impacts on 5B done by professional environmental specialists. And I also just want to say that I'm really surprised to hear how not only a city council member, but also a social environmental justice group would dismiss public transportation. With as much money as invested in that, I find that that is pretty appalling. And I just want to make note that our organization is prepared to discuss and have further conversations about the things that we were talking about earlier today. So that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Very much. Harry Masuko.
Good afternoon. My name is Harry Masuko. I live at 336 West Eagle Court. I would like to read into the record a letter from my next door neighbor who could not be here this morning, and the letter is directed to the Board of the San Joaquin Conservancy. From Gaylord R. Ransom, who lives at 344 West Eagle Court. Honorable board members, I wanted to take a few minutes of your time to address two important points with respect to the proposal to the access of the river bottom from Riverview. My backyard backs up to the subject access point, so my property is and will continue to be affected by any proposal that would access the number of people using this location to access the river bottom. Even with the limited access from Riverview as it exists today, we have continual problems with property damage, vagrancy, and some of the items that we have experienced include people climbing over the 6-foot link fence, people cutting through that fence. Our home has been robbed with access having been made through that fence, and there's a continual amount of litter and trash. Pistol shots have been fired down there, and we have recovered the casings to confirm that. It is my opinion that a lot of things have been said about that Number one is cheaper than 5B, and I've taken it upon myself to look into this opinion and have found that the estimate of $1 to $2 million is significantly low. I have discussed this accent point with project design professionals, a local project management firm, to get their opinion as to the probable cost of installing the amenities required to install a paved road down the river from Riverview, as described above. A number of things, of which I'm going to run out of time, and you'll have in your thing, that have to be looked into, have to do with new asphalt pavement, curbs, striping, traffic circle, and a number of things. And this particular group, okay, PPD estimates that it would be 5.5 million.
In the letter here?
Yes,
Your
that's
2
all.
minutes expired.
I'm sorry?
The 2 minutes is up.
Okay,
It ran
thank
right
you.
there. Thank you. We have the letter here. Pete Weber, David Rodriguez, Cliff Tutilian, and then Dan Morrow.
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Pete Weber. This feels like Groundhog Day to me. A pattern seems to have developed on this board on this issue that consistently overrides the recommendations and judgment of your very capable professional staff and revisits decisions that you've already made. At your November 2017 meeting, your staff made a recommendation to support implementation of Alternative 5B. Many of you dismissed that recommendation. Instead, you asked your staff to come back in December with documentation to support approval of either Alternative 5B or Alternative 1. At your December 2017 meeting, your board reached a conclusion on that issue, which we seem to want to debate all over again. Having given consideration to all the facts provided by your staff and hosted multiple public meetings on the subject, your decision implemented via Resolution 1702 was to approve Alternative 5B. Now, you added a proviso to that, and that proviso was that reasonable progress had to be made during 2018 on 5 benchmarks. Last month, your staff came before you and reported that reasonable progress had indeed been made. But some of you, again, ignored those recommendations. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I know that when you move the goalposts after the game has been played, you're inviting legal challenge. Now, I hate lawsuits, but I do not want to be sitting here 2 or 3 years from now experiencing Groundhog Day all over again when the courts have concluded that they support, thank you, that they support the conclusion reached by your professional staff that, that in fact reasonable progress was made. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. David Rodriguez, Cliff Tutilian, Dan Morrow, and then Rebecca Maddox.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm glad to be here. I'm from Pinedale, born and raised in Pinedale, except for a 20-year period when I was serving in the Marine Corps, but that's okay. I support my community in supporting the 5B or 5A, whatever it is, 5A. We have a long tradition in Pinedale to walking down and riding bicycles down to the river to fish. And then when I was a young kid, we used to go frog gigging down at the river. Our pathway was right around 5A. So it's a traditional pathway for us. Every day, winter, summer, whatever it is, rain, shine, I see kids driving bicycles with their fishing gear going down to the river. Are they going to River Parkway? No, they're going the other way. The other thing I'm going to say is that everything's in place for transportation. The bike paths, everything is already established at Palm and Nice. Why are you going to go to the extra expense of adding it somewhere else. And as far as the school kids going down there, you're going to drop the kids on the top of the hill and have them walk all the way down? I don't think so. If they can get down to the basement, all driving down Lombard Street, I'll tell you something. People from all over the world go to San Francisco to drive down Lombard Street. So please, and I'm going to end with this. Your integrity of this commission is online. Please make a decision and stick with it, whatever it may be. This flip-flopping back and forth for political gain or for whatever you want to call it, it's got to come to an end. You need to do that. Please, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. No, I'm sorry, no clapping. So Cliff Tutilian, Dan Morrow, Rebecca Maddox, and David Grubbs.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Cliff Tutilian, for the record, representing Park Place Holdings. I want to step back and pick up on a comment made earlier by Ms. Forehand. The underlying purpose, founded many, many years ago, was based on the community and the love of community. And I want to point out that between politics and egos and all the things that drive the circuitous routes taken typically by human nature and conflicts, has got us off course. I want to go back to the decision that was made, the resolution that was made a year ago. There needs to be a decision, and the decision was made. Know it or not, with no threats, the way that things work, first let's start with the heartfelt purpose of the underlying way, the manner, and the people by whom this organization was created. You have a moral obligation to the community, first, to develop the highest and best use that promotes the quality and the fire, life, and safety issues of the community. You have failed. Significant history, bullet holes in a $32 million building, graffiti on the road that goes down what is referred to as the Tutilian easement, and needles, and all kinds of other activities. Trails alone will not be adequate, and activity, with my experience downtown, is living proof that police efforts and police expense can be supplemented by wholesome activity that is meant to draw that type of community. Let me move on. The city policy. There was some discussion regarding the connectivity of the independent rights. I have to continue, allow me.
No, that's the 2 minutes. I've done it for absolutely everybody, and as I would like to, I have to draw it straight down the
I want 10 seconds more, sir.
It's the 2 minutes.
Well, I'll refer you to the legal documents that are submitted, and I urge you to take them very seriously. In terms of eminent domain, you are asking the city to breach the easement with the landowner, where also there's a moral obligation, because we relied to our detriment in the manner that we designed that center, and the risk of methane gas being emitted if that little gas pile, that garbage pile is opened up, is meritorious of an injunction.
Thank you, Mr.
I urge you to support 5B, and I promise compromise will come on other issues.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tutilian. Dan Morrow, Rebecca Maddox, David Grubbs, and the last card I have is John Kinsey. That will be the end of the cards in public comment.
Hi, my name is Dan Morrow. I'm a resident of Fresno for the last 7 years, and I live on Audubon Drive. And I'm a retired chef, and I might be fat, but I'm not a fat cat. And the first meeting I attended was with the trust, and they just derided the people who were proponents of another version of 1B, and I felt so offended. I was new to the community. I said, what kind of community is this? I live in a modest home in a nice neighborhood, but Audubon Drive is dangerous the way it is right now. And it can only get more dangerous. It is a residential street. It is not a commercial street like Nees and Palm, which have 2 lanes of traffic going in each direction. I've written a letter to the city about this very thing just recently, but the idea of the board reneging, because I have followed this process through the last 4 or 5 years, and the right thing to do was to stick to your word in the decision that was made a year ago on 5B, because I appreciated so much what Mayor Brand said, that he represents the residents of Fresno. I'm a resident of Fresno. I'm not just a Californian. I'm not native, but I am a Californian for over 45 years. And I want to be respected for having concern about the safety of Audubon. There's not one crosswalk between Nees and Woodward Park, Bryant Road. Not one crosswalk. I have 6 grandkids. When they come to visit me, we're vigilant. They get out of the car and we're like having to watch what happens if they go toward the street. And it shouldn't be that way. So please, stick with your decision with 5B for the safety of all the residents and access. We want access. That's why I moved to that neighborhood. I love the access to the river. But it's much sounder and safer to go through 5B. So please make that right choice.
Thank you. Rebecca Maddox, and then David Grubbs.
Board members, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rebecca Maddox. I'm here on behalf of the San Joaquin River Access Corporation. And I wanted to briefly address 2 things brought up by other comments. One has to do with a concern that was raised earlier about the significant unavoidable impacts associated with Alternative 1. Council suggested that only a statement of overriding considerations was needed for Alternative 1 to be adopted. And I would like to bring to the board's attention that there is another requirement under the Public Resources Code 21081 subsection A3. If the Conservancy adopts an EIR for a project with significant unavoidable impacts, the Conservancy must not approve the project unless it finds that the project alternatives would avoid or lessen the significant impacts. So the way we understand it is that Alternative 5B has no significant impacts, and therefore you can't approve Alternative 1 without violating CEQA. Another thing I would like to provide, could I provide these? And briefly, apologies, we have 10 copies, if anyone would not mind sharing a copy. Pictures of some of the sycamore trees that are being proposed to be removed, along with Alternative 5B. There have been some comments about some large mature sycamore trees being removed and some pictures that we have seen circulated that we believe are not exactly representative. If you'll notice from these pictures, we understand these are the trees going along the bluff for Alternative 5B that would be removed, some of which have rotted out, some of which have already fallen on the ground.
Thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thank you for your time.
David Grubbs, and then again, the last speaker is going to be John Kinsey. Is David left? Okay, so David is left, so Mr. Kinsey, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is John Kinsey. I'm counsel for San Joaquin River Access Corporation. I heard some talk from the dais about a potential middle ground, and I mean, frankly, of course, we would be willing to work together to talk to representatives of the Conservancy and Conservancy staff and other stakeholders, really to help facilitate access. And I really hope that our actions over the last year have shown that we're for real. There was some concern a year ago that we weren't. We've paid money for environmental studies. We've addressed those concerns. We paid for design work. We got approvals from the city. And we not only picked up 1 property, we picked up 3. And each of those properties is within the trail alignment for the Eaton Trail. And because the Conservancy doesn't have the power of eminent domain, ultimately you need to work with our group, and we're planning on picking up more properties. We will work with you in good faith, as we've done over the past year. But good faith is a two-way street. Good faith means that if you establish rules, you follow those rules. You don't change rules midstream. And here, proceeding with alternative 5B isn't just the right thing to do with respect to following the rules. Frankly, it's the easiest, fastest way to get access to the river. And we are committed to working with you in good faith if you recognize the hard work that our group has performed to make 5B a reality. And again, 5B, the fastest way to get access to the public, and we are ready, willing, and able to make that happen. Thank you.
All right, with that, we've exhausted all the comment cards, and I will call a close to the public comment portion of the meeting and bring it back to the board for discussion and hopefully some action somewhere. Julie?
I just wanted to speak a little bit to the resolution from last December, which I made and tried to make very specific so there was no question about what would and wouldn't constitute reasonable progress. The SGRAC did acquire the Spano parcel and decided to acquire 2 more. They did also get the city entitlements needed for the bluff and the trees. They did not resolve the Spano easement to the board's satisfaction. And in terms of moving the goalposts, I feel that SGRAC has actually done that. At the September meeting last year, we raised outstanding concerns with that easement, and I specifically said that we need to see that again so that, we agree that things are satisfied according to the board. They did not do that, and they went ahead and recorded it. And then in subsequent correspondence, they indicated that we brought up sort of unimportant issues, which was not sort of the deal, okay? Then an access easement was not acquired. The blame has been put on WCB, I think inappropriately, and certainly doesn't reflect the sort of facts as I understand them. So that important element didn't happen. And then we have the landfill closure plan. We don't have a final landfill closure plan. I understand why we don't, because you need sort of more design in order to do that. However, the draft landfill closure plan requires or specifies that the parking lot area will need to be routinely regraded and repaved, and that expense would be borne by the state, the taxpayers. So as far as the benchmarks go, I do not feel they were met, and anyone who continues to say that they are met is not representing the facts. It would have been good to have an honest conversation about what did and didn't happen and what time would be necessary to finish those, but that is not what we got. We now have legal threats and statements that are inaccurate. As far as access for people riding the bus, as I understand it, if we do have alternative 1, there is still pedestrian and bike access at the 5B location. So that is not eliminated and still accommodated.
Supervisor Maxick?
Yeah, thank you. So as just one board member, I can only speak to myself, but I look at my role up here and I am a new member. For me, the goal is access to the river in the quickest possible manner. And when I look at all the information and what's been presented in the testimony, which I appreciate very much, still I believe 5B is the quickest way to get there. And when evaluating 5B, I'll say that staff was able to make the findings that those benchmarks had been met. And so it's a little troubling for me to hear one commissioner say that that's not the case because they're undermining our staff. And as one board member, I can tell you, I serve on a lot of different boards, I am not the expert. We have staff who are the experts, but we do set policy. So we can always have policy disagreements, but staff was able to come to the conclusion that those benchmarks have been met. After hearing all the testimony today, it's important that whatever we do is in alignment with the City of Fresno's general plan. And you heard that there's going to be encroachment permits that need to be issued regardless of what's done. So if we approve any alternative that's not in alignment with the general plan, we're setting up a situation where we'll never be able to connect what's done on the Conservancy side with the City of Fresno side because they can't even issue those permits necessary to make those connections. So what's involved with a general plan amendment? who's going to be the applicant? Because I doubt the city of Fresno would be the applicant when we're hearing kind of divided interest from the Fresnos. Some support the current general plan. Others are saying that the city's in the process of updating the general plan. So it could be years, even if the city gets to the point where they do update it and maybe it reflects well on alternative 1. 5B, as I see it, there's still work that needs to be done, but it's the farthest alternative. As far as all the alternatives that are available, it's the farthest one along. Our own staff indicated if we change direction from 5B, we're going to have to open up the CEQA process again. So that means that we need to issue notices to interested parties that are going to be impacted potentially by the project. There's going to need to be more public comment, and that, of course, requires additional time. A general plan amendment requires a CEQA process too, separate from what we do here. And as I see it, really the City of Fresno's general plan amendment needs to be amended first if we choose to move away from 5B and go to alternative 1 for vehicle access. So bottom line for me, I have no preference except for I want the public to have access as quickly as possible to the river. And as I see it, when you lay out all the facts, 5B gives the public access to the river quickest.
Other comments? Carl?
I made some notes before in the last few days talking about this, and I think in my mind, we're going to have to do some compromising among all the parties involved in this situation, among ourselves here as board members. I'm not one that voted for 5B in the original plan. I did not think it was probably the best alternative. I still believe that a Riverview parking lot of a small size at the top, I didn't believe in having it down the bottom. I think we need a parking lot at the end. I'm not sure 5B. I think the Hall Road, especially now that the group has acquired the other 2 properties that are touch the Hall Road and go to a better area to put a parking lot that would get close to the river, much closer to the river than what we're looking at in 5B. I think that we have to work together. I'm not sure that what we do today, one of the lawyers said that here, and maybe he's right in one of the notations we got, Mr. Reed said that we need to approve 5B, but it doesn't mean we have to do it, which was an interesting comment at the end of his letter to us. But I think we do need to, in my mind, I thought significant progress had been made, and that's why I voted to accept it as being significant and go forward and hoping that I could make some changes as we go forward, as we do the actual engineering. And so I think we all have to think about how we're going to get the public to the river, and lawsuits are not the way to get there. I know that if we get lawsuits, we'll be here 3 years from now doing Groundhog Day again.
Paul?
I would like to thank everybody for your testimony. The public engagement on this project, for those of you that have been at all the meetings, has been tremendous, and I think we'll have a better project in the long run. But I do believe it is now time for us to think about how we can most expeditiously gain access. As my colleague to the left who manages water supplies, he said at lunch, water's free in Madera right now if you'll take it. We can anticipate high flows past the property that the San Joaquin River Access Corporation now owns. It was those high flows that not quite 2 years ago took the life of Neng Thao, who was about to be given the award of valedictorian at Edison High School. And he drowned on a family picnic on a bright, sunny, warm Sunday afternoon. And we shouldn't just sit here and fiddle. We need to move forward. We owe it to the public to move forward. I have great respect for the benchmarks that my colleague, Ms. Vance, put forth over a year ago. I agree with Carl. I think substantial progress was made in good faith. And this board has nothing to lose. In fact, they have everything to gain if we reevaluate new benchmarks and establish new criteria to move river access forward. I've suggested earlier in this meeting, and I have caught a few comments that perhaps it's being strongly considered that the city take over as lead agency for the portion of River West that encompasses the new acreage purchased by San Joaquin River Access Corporation and the access point through Spano Park at the end of Palm and Knees. I think this could be part of option 3 as outlined by our staff. And if that were to come to pass in the next month, we would have an even stronger commitment from the city to investigate completely and give us a path forward, if one exists, to complete 5B. We have the promise from the mayor, and it's well within the promised guidelines that he gave us a year ago that if in 12 to 18 months 5B is not viable, he will consider 1. And I think it's important that we give the extra time. We have the possibility within just a few days of the second anniversary of Neng's drowning death in the river of having a public easement on land we never considered part of this project. Yes, there is extra expense involved in 5B, but the San Joaquin River Conservancy is very, very close to receiving a public easement on land that we hadn't even considered how we might put in the parkway. To my colleagues on the board, the dump underneath the 11 acres and whatever's underneath the additional acreage that San Joaquin River Access Corporation has purchased is not going to leave our river. It remains our responsibility to deal with it. It is also in the closest proximity to the largest population that has access to the river. And it's more difficult to deal with it now, but this is the best time to deal with it. I support strong and enforceable benchmarks. And I think colleagues like Ms. Vance and others, together we can construct those to make sure we're on time. I will say as an observation to those who have represented the San Joaquin River Access and to the city, and I admit this is hindsight, but arriving in January with the words "we're almost there" were a great disappointment. The public demands access yesterday. They want to get to their river. And a binder that must easily encompass 6 reams of paper makes it look like we're a long way from the river. I suggest now is the time for compromise and for cool heads to prevail. Let us follow our staff recommendations who have worked so hard. I believe I am the only board member with some regular attendance at the River Rest Implementation Work Group. I know how hard these people worked. That's why I asked Mr. Mosier to recount it for you. Let's not lose ground. Let's move forward. Let's set our expectations as high as possible. Let's hold people accountable. And in the name of Neng Tao, let's give the public safe access. When this discussion is over, Chair, I would like before, if there's any time at this meeting or if not at our March meeting, I would like a discussion to see if there are any available Conservancy dollars. I believe by April, we need to post signage and consider any sort of safety patrols given the high flows of the river that are going to occur this year because of the blessed snowpack we have up in the mountains. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia?
Yes, thank you very much. As guardians of the San Joaquin River, we take very seriously the discussions that we have regarding how we're going to provide access to the river. In the public and in private, we have discussions how we feel we can proceed. When I came on board, I immediately was asking folks to give me their perspectives from both sides. There's actually 3 sides now. And I took 4 tours of the river with the different groups. And I was able to gain valuable knowledge about the river and the projects that are along it. Both sides were very eloquent in how they stated their views. And I listened to them. And I listened to my family also, who have gone down to the river and admired its beauty. When we took a vote in January, I thought we were done. I thought we were going to move forward. To my surprise, we had to do a reboot. We had to do a redo. And now here we are in February, discussing these items again. So I was very surprised. But I thought, well, things take time. But, keep kicking the can down the road is not going to work. In my view, the best and quickest way to get to the river and safeguard the beauty and the nature of the river is alternative 1, not 5. That's my view. I'm a very simplistic man. I don't overcomplicate things. I don't look at things and go to the molecules. I look at the access to the river where there's an access road already there, and that does not impact any home in its front doors, then that's the way I believe that we should go. Thank you very much.
Are there any other comments? Yeah, I will. Steve and then Brim.
All right. I'm going to try to be pretty concise. I've really come to believe that all of us want access. And I personally believe that even people that have a different viewpoint of where that access should be today, they want access. So I start there. Now, we've had a disagreement about where the access should be. And it's funny to me that when I listen to people are using the same arguments for their access point. Santos just talked about not kicking the can down the road, and then a supporter of 5B would use that same argument, and the width of streets, and it goes on, and a lot of the same arguments are being used on both sides, and I've seen that happen over the years. It's pretty interesting how that happens. So it's really hard to tell somebody they don't know what they're talking about when both sides believe that's true of the other side. Here's where I'm at today. When we set forward a year ago and gave the San Joaquin River Access Corporation a year to reasonably meet these goals, and Mrs. Vance, you added those benchmarks, and I was very supportive of that because I do believe in metrics. I believe in meeting your goals along the way, and I thought that was a very valuable addition. To get to where we were at the beginning of this year, in my mind, it's like running a 23-mile marathon and getting about 47 feet from the finish line and saying that you didn't cross the finish line. Therefore, we're going to take that year, we're going to take those 23 miles of running that you did and dismiss it. I don't believe that's reasonably acting in good faith. And irregardless of the decisions that's made today, and I'm not going to try to make my case for 5B, everybody's heard that before. It just is what it is. Myself personally, I won't be able, moving forward, through the processes that we use at the board of the Conservancy, I won't be able to take our board very serious. If we're willing to allow this group to do all that hard work and get that close, and quite frankly, hang them up on a technicality that's beyond their control, to me, I won't be able to take our work seriously moving in the future. Thank you.
I think that most everything has been said today here, in addition to previous meetings and whatnot. In the spirit of compromise, I'd actually like to move forward with, make a motion at this point. The motion I'd like to make is, and I believe I want to make this motion that we would vote on this, not necessarily give it as direction to staff, because I want it to be clear what we're doing and that we're taking a position on this. My motion is to continue to implement the core elements and palm access per Resolution 1702 and develop a proposal for an additional entrance at Riverview Drive as analyzed as Alternative 1 and bring back to the board, the Conservancy Board, for future vote.
I'm prepared to second that, but just to legal counsel, I want to make sure if we provide direction that's that specific, does it still meet your requirements of how this was noticed? Because I don't want to vote on something that maybe is overly specific beyond how this item was noticed.
The item was broadly noticed. That option 3 gave you flexibility, broadly noticed to how you want to direct staff to proceed. The way I understood the motion is that it would be direction to staff to continue to implement the essentially alternative 5B, which is the core elements in the palm access, and directing staff to come forward with a proposal at a future meeting for the board to consider an additional entrance at Alternative 1 Riverview.
I'll second that motion.
Can I ask questions, or do we have to take a vote?
Yeah, we'll have some, there is now a properly moved and seconded item. Now we can open it up for discussion in regards to that motion.
So I just want to understand sort of your motion. Are you proposing both 5B and 1? Or are you saying one contingent on 5B? I mean, one of the reasons I'm asking is because the two hardest parts of the benchmarks for 5B have not been met, and I'm not clear how long it would take to do that, or if there's any issues with that. And so I would almost rather it be Alternative 1 and then consider 5B also, because I'm just not clear if there are hurdles with 5B, what that means for the also. That might not be an easy thing to answer.
Well, I think the intent of the motion is not to do just one. That's not my intent. My intent is to find a compromise that would involve both of them, recognizing the votes that we have taken to date and the progress that has been made. That's my intent. I mean, so that's what I'm looking for.
Jennifer?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a specific comment about the benchmarks and then talk a little bit about the motion and the implications with that motion in terms of moving forward. So for me, with the benchmarks, and particularly benchmark number 4, which is the one dealing with the issues associated with the Spanos easement and it being the issues being resolved to the board's satisfaction, that, to me personally, as a board member, is kind of the biggest elephant in the room because of the fact that we have not determined that it's to the board's satisfaction in the majority. And again, for me personally, the issue is the constraints associated with the Spanos easement in terms of what Spanos reserved and his rights in that easement really restrict the public agency who's going to hold that easement in the future any future, any ability in the future to make changes. And that's what concerns me, is we're tying our hands prematurely. And so those were the issues. Those were not technical or technicality issues. Those were very substantive issues about how we're looking to manage these lands and this access in the future, and to be able to adapt to changing needs and values and how they access and use the river. With that said, moving on to the motion, and I appreciate the spirit and the intent to compromise, because I also feel like, you know, we are between a rock and a hard place, and compromise is a good goal to work towards. My concern with the motion specifically is it moves forward with alternative 5B, which includes the core elements and obviously the 5B palm access, and then the direction to further analyze under CEQA alternative 1 and the Riverview Drive already puts the Riverview Drive in a position, a more vulnerable position, because now you're analyzing under CEQA a combined project. So 5B plus alternative 1 and the cumulative impacts with that, as opposed to an option that looks at 5B and alternative 1 and those cumulative impacts by combining those two options, and then an alternative 1 in and of itself.
Okay.
So that's what concerns me.
Okay, but do you see a way, recognizing the spirit of compromise here, do you see a way that what we're trying to do here, that if we, and I'm open to modification for this is about compromise so we can get to the end result, can we word it as such that would raise the comfort level of the State Lands Commission for that purpose?
One option, and I'm not going to support this at this moment in time. I'd like to hear the rest of the board members, but just to advance the conversation, one option would be more of a direction to staff to bring back alternative 1 after conducting the due diligence under CEQA, and also a combined project of alternative 5B and alternative 1, and doing the due diligence under CEQA for that. So you're comparing apples to apples.
Okay.
To apples.
And as the person who has made the motion, I am very open to that. And the reason being is that I think that, one, I'm not claiming that I have the CEQA background, and I know that there are concerns and considerations by the state agencies, which I want to make sure are taken into consideration. I put this together myself and wanted to make sure that we're moving toward that. So I am very open to that.
And I would, to the point of the easement, and I just want to get some clarification. So we adopt 5B and 1, or this motion as the path moving forward. Just because we adopt it as the path moving forward, if that easement is not satisfactory to the board, or those benchmarks are not met, or the 5B is deemed unfeasible, that it doesn't mean that it has to be implemented, right? It still has to be deemed feasible, and it has to be, the project has to be satisfactory to this board to actually implement and ask for dollars to construct. Is that correct?
So there's two steps that are, I mean, there's lots of steps that are important, but there's two that I think are applicable. What your question is the easement does have to go through the Wildlife Conservation Board process to be able to be approved through the state. And
That's the public access easement. I think you were talking about the Spano easement, right?
I'm talking the Spano easement down there. Literally any part of the benchmarks, or I mean, we could even get to the end of it, and the cost for 1, 5, any of them could balloon up to a point where it's not feasible based on financial ability to, or the easement's not satisfactory, or whatever the issue is with the, just because we move forward with it doesn't mean that that is exactly what has to be implemented. Is that
Yeah.
Correct, if it's deemed in.
Yeah,
unfeasible.
where I was going with the easement is we can make the determination that that easement does not give us the authority to do what we want to do. And so the Wildlife Conservation Board, as we look through this, the other step is we have to come back to you all as a board to approve any design contract to be able to actually do the design. So you still have a couple points in the process where you can come through and say, we are not ready to go through the process to get to building the access or the parking lot down below. And so there are a couple of touch bases. So it's the idea, I thought you were asking on this, to make sure I'm clear on it, is that, yeah, we don't necessarily have to build the whole project. And the reason the necessary on that is because we have to get you and the Wildlife Conservation Board to approve more steps before we can build that part of the project. So we're not required just because we have approved the 5B alternative to build the whole thing.
Okay. It helps me a little bit.
Well, I think that, I guess where I was going, and this is where I think I differ maybe from the maker of the motion, when you said you wanted, direction and kind of finality on 5B. Or I'm sorry, not direction, a decision and finality on 5B is, I would look more towards the possible action number 2 that staff put forward in terms of looking at the additional CEQA work for alternative 1 that may need to be done, but then adding to that and looking at the compromise that's been talked about and looking at the additional CEQA work for that combined project of a 5B and an alternative 1. Again, because not to set up a situation where alternative 1 would have even possibly, I don't know this because we haven't done the analysis, is more impacts when you combine it on top of 5B.
And
So,
understood by the point you're making, and what all I was trying to do was to get to the point to move this forward, that if we needed to move it forward with a vote, but I'm hearing what you're saying, I'm just trying to get back to the point we are not going to go back and forth again, because I don't think any of us want that. If we can, I mean, just the fact that we want to have a clear path forward to some degree, that we're moving in that direction. That is what I'm trying to achieve with the motion.
yeah, definitely. And I think from my perspective, unless the board votes today to confirm 5B, we're going to have another meeting.
Right, which-
that,
Right, so
that looks at all the different alternatives again.
So that we don't lose any more.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that for all of us and all of you. I just, that's in terms of how the agenda was set up for today. I don't see a way around that.
So if I could just point out real quickly and make sure we're clear on this, the third alternative is the one alternative that allows us to continue working on the core project. The first alternative allows that because it's the whole thing. The second alternative says, basically, we come back to you to say we're going to redo both the core project and the alternative parking area. And we could combine it, but it does mean we put a full stop on working on the core project until.
So option 3, we can start working on the core project, which is parent access and trails, and then whatever compromise that we're talking about right now can be built into that option 3, looking at 5B and 1 combined, or to your point, or just alternative 1, or is that what you're?
Yeah, so.
I think if we're going to do the work of looking at going through the due diligence under CEQA for a combination of 5B and alternative 1, we might as well look at what we need to do for just approving alternative 1. Well.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring us back to where we were December 2017, where we had discussed at that meeting a path forward should we get to this point a year later, where the board determined, whether reasonable progress had been met. And if the board did not decide that reasonable progress had been met, then the next step was to bring back alternative 1. And understand that, and believe in the spirit of cooperation and compromise, but we really do need to move forward with a decision and to combine things at this point and do additional review and analysis is going to further delay, which I think we're all in agreement about public access. So I just wanted to remind the board that, I feel like what we're here to decide today is whether we felt that 5B should move forward, and if not, then we had a direction to come back with alternative 1.
All right, do I see anybody else's hand?
A couple of my colleagues have mentioned a combination of 5B and 1. And are you envisioning that we would achieve in that 3 vehicle access points and 3 parking lots? Is that what you're speaking of? When you combine those two, or are you just looking at the various possibilities?
As the person who seconded the motion, how I understood it is that if staff is to continue moving forward with 17-02, so we continue to look at 5B, but we also take a look at alternative 1, go through the CEQA process and see what's possible. As I understand it, it's open to vehicle traffic, but it's also open to pedestrian-only options there with alternative 1. Because with CEQA, we're going to have to, again, circulate that with different public agencies. The city's general plan right now only recognizes it for pedestrian and bicycle access, but vehicle access is not to be allowed on that route. So for me, the motion was made broadly enough to continue to move forward with 5B, also to have alternative 1 explored, but for CEQA to be evaluated and that process to be started again for alternative 1.
I would just ask Ms. Forehand if you felt there was value in also having staff discuss with the city taking over lead agency for the Palm Knees and San Joaquin River access properties.
Yes, I would be open to that, provided that it's not going to complicate, but yes, I would be open to that modification.
Well, I thought we'd be closer at this point with this motion. I thought hopefully we may need to have some more discussion regarding it. I'm going to make some of my observations from it and from this entire process. And I too am a simple man. I like to get down to the base of where things are at. And I think at the end of the day, in most any situation that I have to deal with, I think it comes down to trust and understanding of other people's sides. I don't feel like there has been a lot of trust in this whole process. Everyone thinks that somebody is out to get them, somebody's out to win, somebody's out to make their mark. And I've got to work with everybody on this board, from the state, from the local, on this side and this side, for 5B and 1. And I have met some of the best people I've ever met in my life. I'm a better person for having gone through this process. I've lost a little bit of my hair, gained some weight through this process, but I've been able to look at it objectively and have been really working tirelessly to try and bring everybody together to find some kind of compromise. And I think we keep throwing compromise around, and a lot of times it's viewed with not great connotation this day and age in this political landscape. But look at what the compromise that we're getting to. Because like Steve said, we all agree on access, we just don't agree on which access point to take. And here we sit with the compromise of agreeing with both sides. 5B is good and 1 is good. everybody gets part of it. They may think that they lose because the access point that they were fighting against doesn't go away. Well, unfortunately, I'm about more access, and now we can have exactly that with going forward with this process. I've been upset to see some of my colleagues on this dais be criticized, including myself, from different sides. A year ago, or actually over a year ago now, Julie, you put yourself out on a branch, and there was true leadership there to see where it was going to be able to go and have these benchmarks. And you weren't on that branch by yourself. I was always there with you because I appreciated that you looked at that. At that point, we were stuck between either going one option or the other. We've come through this a year. We've seen real progress from the SJRAC to now we're at a point where we could possibly have 2 points. And because of your leadership at that point, Julie, we could have more access, not less. We would have never gotten there without that. And I just want to publicly say thank you for that. And I was always there with you. We have an opportunity to get more people to the river. And if that's a compromise, I don't see how we could ever say that that's a bad thing. And so I suggest that we move forward with that and agree that we're agreeing to everybody's access point. And everyone was correct. Everything that you said for alternative 1 is absolutely right. I think everything you said for 5B is absolutely right. So let's move forward with both and get to a place where we can have commercial access, and we can have access in a limited capacity. We'll have the ability for Richard Sloan to walk his kayak 200 to 400 feet versus 2,000. Not everyone's going to win, but it's time for us to say, let's move forward with as much access as we possibly can, as fast as we possibly can. And any direction to staff should be, how does this get expedited? How do we get to this place in the quickest manner possible? I don't think that in any option that we can't not move off of an alternative if it's in there. If there is things that are not satisfactory to this board, it doesn't need to be implemented. So I just ask for everybody to really think about what it means, what our charge is, and if our charge is to get as many people to the river as possible, the best way to do that is through 2 access points, not just 1. Santos had it, and then Julie.
Yes, thank you. Everybody knows my views on this already, so I'm not going to repeat. What I do need, though, is we've gone back and forth on this motion, and I think it's really muddled for me.
Some clarification.
Yeah, I need a very clear motion, because right now I don't have it.
I agree to that.
Go ahead.
Before we do that, I'd like to hear from the SJRAC. We're talking about compromise, but I really want to know if they're willing to compromise. I've heard sort of intimations of that, but nothing real specific. I would like to know if they have an opinion about if the board put forward, for the following meeting, an option to consider 5B and 1 together, what their position would be. I'm hearing with limitations and sort of caveats, but I'm not understanding what that means from their perspective.
It's better than your eyes and you didn't know that you were supposed to get here.
So I think I said previously that if this board continues the path with alternative 5B and continues to work with us in good faith, access at alternative one is something we'd be able to work with you about, work with you with. I mean, obviously, we have an impacted neighborhood, and we'd like to see what that ultimately looks like. But hopefully, after being here in December of 2017 and telling you I was going to do something, or that my client was going to do something, and then ultimately doing it, delivering it, hopefully I've established that level of good faith. So we're going to need to see what that looks like. We're going to need to see what you have in mind. But I mean, ultimately, I think that that we would absolutely be willing to work with you to help make the project a reality.
Mr. Chairman?
Ken?
So is that?
Ken had his hand up and then you, Santos.
So this is better than December of 2017, in my opinion. I think we're farther ahead. I'm a maximum access proponent, so I like hearing what I'm hearing. The motion's not there for me yet. But question to staff and council, how much of a rewind, now that it would be a cumulative project, how far are we going back into the CEQA process and having to start anew if we were to approve 5B and 1 as the project?
So depending how the motion is finally adopted on this, if you approve to continue with 5B and look at other alternatives to come back, we can use quite a bit of the information developed in the EIR, but we would need, depending on how it comes about, if it's, if the compromise says, we're going to find a different way into the 5B parking lot, that would require quite a bit because it's a new area. But if it's just a difference in the way or the size of the parking at alternative 1, again, we still have to do the same thing as we would be doing if we come back with alternative 1, but the thinking on that we may be able to have a different sort of set of findings because we may be able to come up with some sort of alternative that works out that says it's not really that much of an impact on traffic, but we'd have to figure it out. So we would have to do the CEQA analysis, very similar to what we would have to do if we brought alternative 1 by itself. But we can use a lot of the information we all developed. And, what we had pushed for is, or what we had recommended with alternative 3 is the core project could still go ahead if you're still approving the 1702 and that can go through. So we don't have to reconsider the core. We just have to reconsider in either addendum, supplemental, or some other sort of process to get it through CEQA. So there will be CEQA analysis, but it will depend on what the final deal is.
Okay, so if the decision was we wanted to approve 1 and 5B, what type of time frame would be associated with that as far as additional CEQA review?
I'm assuming we would need to do a supplemental EIR because none of the alternatives looked at two together.
It's difficult to say. I mean, continuing with Resolution 1702 allows you to develop the core project as originally, contemplated by the board back in December 2017. What an additional entrance would add, again, it depends on the design. You'd have to look, it's possible that it could be the same impacts as what was in the EIR, or it could be fewer. It's hard to say. Again, traffic, it seems to be the primary issue. Possibly if some traffic goes into 5B, some to 1, that all just has to be carried out by traffic. And there would probably need to be a traffic analysis, it sounds like, with at least that. But the impacts of the parking lots themselves were already analyzed. So it's probably a narrow scope of issues. It'd be very similar analysis if you were looking at 1 alone or 1 as an additional parking lot.
Yes, Mr. Attorney, could you come back up here, please?
Yes.
I didn't hear a yes or a no.
Right, and I think that's a fair comment. And at this point, obviously, we do believe that this board should proceed with 5B under any circumstance. With alternative 1, that is something that my group would be willing to consider. But obviously, we want to see what the project looks like. We want to see what the mitigation is, because to be perfectly honest, there were some intersections that were completely omitted from the environmental study the last time that are of critical importance to my clients. The folks who live on Audubon, they're going to want to make sure that they don't have traffic signals right in the middle of their driveway. And so my point is that we would absolutely be willing to work with you, consider it. It's something that, frankly, we've moved quite a bit on. But we need to see a project, and we need to make sure that intersections like Briar Court and Del Mar are taken care of, so people who are exiting Briar Court can actually get out of there in the morning. So we need to know what the project looks like. I think we can make a lot of progress there. But what I can't do is negotiate from the dais without completely understanding what the project looks like. So I agree. I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to work together. But we would like to continue to see movement on Alternative 5B and to allow us to continue the work that we've already started.
And even if we just did Alternative 1, that an update to the EIR would have to be done, taking into those concerns, even if it wasn't 5B-N1, is that correct?
That is probably so. That is one of the things we want to determine, but that's kind of what we're thinking.
But when you say update,
you hear a lot of probablys. It's this CEQA work is so broad and strange. It's hard to get that yes or no.
but when you say update, it wouldn't necessarily be like a supplemental EIR. It could even be something that doesn't require recirculation. It kind of depends. CEQA work can just be putting together the findings, making sure that there's not substantially new significant impacts. So it's not necessarily, a whole new comment period and so on.
But with that, realize that when it comes time for us to build a project, if we want to move forward with Alternative 1 and the city of Fresno, it goes against their general plan. They can't issue the necessary permits for the project to be built. So that's why I said earlier that the city of Fresno's general plan needs to be modified first before we try to move forward with anything other than 5B, because 5B is in their general plan. So if we move forward with that and want to build the project, the city of Fresno is ready to issue permits and work with us. But if we go with Alternative 1, then we need to begin the process of modifying the city of Fresno's general plan.
I'm still not clear what we have to get from the city of Fresno, especially if we don't have a construction access on Riverview.
It's the encroachment permits. So as we tie together, build out new roads, access, and then tie it back into a city road, there's encroachment permits that are issued, and the city of Fresno indicated they will not issue encroachment permits to us. There's no way that you can start that project and tie the project together with the city.
Not that they won't, they can't.
They can't.
Well, and I'm having a hard time, I think maybe it's a state perspective, we're just having a hard time understanding that, so maybe that's something as part of the direction we can ask the Attorney General's office to opine on.
Excuse me. So that is, it maybe is, I'm not sure what the absolute letter of the law would be, but at our Frank Cove project, which was built by Department of General Services, we did have to get encroachment permits from the County of Fresno for basically what they're saying, places where the curb cuts, the shoulder right-of-ways, the left turn lane that went into the project site. That's not exactly, this project doesn't involve all of those things, but that was the case.
Excuse me, Melinda, we couldn't hear what project you were talking about.
The Frank Cove project, it's right on Bryant Road, obviously. Some of our construction work, our curb cuts, our curbs themselves, the gutters that direct drainage, were all encroachments on county property and required county encroachment permits. And that was a project that was overseen by Department of General Services, so I'm sure if they could have ignored requirements, they would have on our behalf, but we did get those.
But in this case, we don't need a new road, we don't need road widening, we don't need a turn lane. I think literally the only thing that would possibly be needed is where the streets meet.
Yeah, but I do want to make sure people are aware that where streets meet, when you do the construction, it's very difficult to just stop at one part and start at the next point. You need to be able to tie the two together, and to be able to tie the two together, that's usually an easement, even if it's just a construction easement. Julie, I know you're aware of this from working on things, that anytime you have construction equipment, you need construction movement ability to get in there. So yeah, we would need to be able to get on the city's.
Well, I would hope we would not be bringing construction equipment through the neighborhood. There's other ways to get in. We don't have to do that.
But we have to tie into the road is what I'm saying, and in tying into the road, we're right there.
The mayor is motioning to me, I think he wanted to make a statement in regards to this.
Guys have long readers we have, so. Yes, I spoke to Scott. Basically, I'll verify with the city attorney. We could go forward, subject to the CEQA being approved on alternate one. At that point in time, we'd then have the green light to move forward on a plan amendment.
So, is that good?
Well, I've got the mayor up here. I was going to ask him, Mayor, earlier Paul talked about the city of Fresno becoming the lead agency for the.
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that?
I'm okay with the motion that Brent has made.
When you say city being lead agency, what did you mean exactly? Did you mean them taking fee title to it, holding the easement? What exactly did you have in mind?
They implement it as a partner agency to the San Joaquin River Conservancy with our bond dollars, or how, would that?
I was not clear what exactly was proposed.
Yeah, yeah.
Lead agency work is done as the CEQA lead, right?
Good afternoon, Scott Mosier. If I understand correctly, the suggestion, it would be that the city would act as the implementing agency for the 5B access road and parking lot area. And that would actually be very consistent with the type of partnership that the city of Fresno and the Conservancy has had in years past. Actually, your former director, Melinda Marks, and I worked together on a number of successful projects, and it would really follow that model. As a city, we designed and built the McMichael Loop Trail. We did a trailhead enhancement up at the north end of Woodward Park that ties into Eaton Trail and the Conservancy facility. So it would follow that similar approach, still relying upon the Conservancy's EIR for the project. It would not change lead agency status from that respect. But if that were the board direction, we would work together on a reimbursable co-op agreement wherein we could be a partner agency and provide that assistance.
Scott, if alternative one, which was also included in this motion, as we went through the CEQA process, it was found that the proposal that was brought forward was in alignment too with the general plan as reflected by the city of Fresno. Would you also be willing to be lead agency on the development of alternative one as long as it was in alignment with the general plan?
Yes, we would. And again, that would be something, that type of agreement is one that we'd take to our council, but the track record has been that we've approved numerous agreements such as that.
I'm going to say this is the greatest place we've been at so far in this entire process.
If
I have a question.
Yeah. Oh.
So, as I understand it, there is no agreement to move forward with alignment one from the corporation. And we're being asked to approve this motion, and we'll be discussing it at a later time. So I don't see any agreement between the Access Corporation and myself, personally.
I mean, we'd have to rely on some reasonable assumption that they're going to do what they say. I don't think we could draw up a cooperative agreement right here at this time. It would just be a reasonable.
If I could have if it's okay with the chair, let me ask the attorney representing the group. I know that you want to see a specific project as it relates to alternative one. Are you able to state for the record, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to find a way that maybe where all of us up here can get on the same page. Do you believe that your client would be willing to support an alternative that was in alignment with the City of Fresno's general plan?
Well, obviously with the current general plan, I think with respect to amendments to a general plan, we'd need to see what that says. And again, I understand the hesitation, and but obviously I have a neighborhood to represent. And so, what I can't do is say that I agree with an alternative one that really hasn't fully been put in front of me with frankly mitigation that needs to be taken care of with respect to a couple very core constituencies of my neighborhood. So what I can say is that if we have a situation where those concerns are resolved and we are able to have a version of alternative one that takes care of those issues, that of course we would help further that process. But again, we need to see what it looks like. We need to see what the mitigation is, and we need to make sure that the constituencies within my organization are taken care of, so their lives aren't going to be miserable when they try to make a left-hand turn out of Briar, for example.
So staff has been trying to capture some of this, and so if Member Forehand doesn't mind, I'm going to try and read through what we kind of see is where we're at with your motion. It says to direct staff to continue to implement the approved project and cooperate with stakeholders to develop a proposal for consideration of additional public vehicle access at Riverview Drive. This work could include working to transfer responsibility for implementing the North Palm access to the city of Fresno. So the reason we've got it written this way is that we really do think we need to sit down and talk to folks to see what this proposal can be before we can approve it, but also before you can approve it. So it is to work out these things and come back to you.
So I have concerns with the way that's worded for the same reasons that a few people have indicated already. It sounds like you're saying move forward with 5B and then consider if alternative one can be added. I think what others have said is to consider them both together, not one and then check if you can do the other.
So we as staff, when we say consider 5B, keep going with 5B. 5B includes the core. You still have, as the board, the ability to approve or not give your approval to implementing any parts of that as we come through for design and construction.
Understood, but when you say core project, to me that means Parent Avenue access only. That's not...
Parent Avenue and all the bike paths and other...
Yes, but I mean in terms of parking access. Yeah. I'm hearing the proposed project used synonymously with 5B in some cases.
So 5B is both the core project and the alternative at Palm and Knees. So it is both of those. So 1702 covers both of those. From what I understand is when we made this determination, there was actually another proposed resolution that could have looked at just the core and approved that and then approved the alternative to go with it. So right now, the core project and the Palm and Knees access, 5B access, are hand in hand. They're all one resolution. So what we're saying with this resolution is you give us the ability to move forward with that core process. We still have to come back to you at a couple places to get approval for design, for any cost estimates and who we're going to have to do the design and then the construction phase of both the core, but also the parking lot at 5B and the road going through. That'll probably be one project. The core and the parking lot at Parent Avenue will be the other.
I am not comfortable with that because what it feels like and what I think will happen based on what's happened over the past year is that 5B will get out ahead and be trucking on along whether or not stuff gets resolved, and the sort of other thing will be sort of set aside. For me to be comfortable with it, they need to be both together and integral to one another. In other words, you don't get one without the other.
That'd be option 3 that implements the core, and then the direction then would be just in relation to 5B and 1 as the access points, right? So you still have the core, but it breaks it out, and then it just focuses on 5B and 1.
Yeah, and the way we describe that in that action, to see how we can add it in, is we prioritize the core project, what we had described as the core. We prioritize that. We don't work much on the rest of it, the access at Palm and Knees and the parking lot, until we come up with a compromise solution. And at that point, depending on what the solution is, we may have to come back for a full CEQA review. If it's a combination of 1 and 5B, it might be something less than that. But yeah, we'd have to come back with a determination. But that gives us the ability to work on the core. But you have the ability to give us direction to delay our work on 5B by just telling us prioritize the core part of the
And
process.
you just want to see that that 5B and 1 are going together, not separate? Is that what?
Right, yes. I mean, I think, well, at least for me personally, to get comfortable with, any part of 5B moving forward, I think we need to, I think we're all interested in, the possibility of having 3 points of access. That's something that, is sort of new, and I think something that was brought up actually a couple years ago.
Yeah, Carl's saying it's not new. He's been saying it for years.
Yeah. But that wasn't really something we were hearing that people were comfortable with, or that the analysis really would move forward on that. So I think I'm not comfortable with core project moving forward while we're still, because then we could end up having, and I think the board rejected this a few years ago, parent-only parking, which, I mean, it's great to have public access out there, but
Not good enough.
not having any parking on the Fresno side, I think, is kind of absurd. And so I think, for me, for 5B to move forward, really to, at this point, I think it has to be married with alternative 1.
Yeah, my comments
did you
to
have something?
Bryn's,
Okay.
it was like an amendment. I'm not interested in 1 being subordinate to 5B.
Right.
They need to be on an equal playing field and move forward with both of them.
Which is what my intent is, but I also want to make sure we are recognizing this issue on the CEQA, that there is somehow with this alternative 1 and how this has to be presented. But my intent in this motion is to keep them together, not one over the other one, and however we need to list this, describe it, that is what my intent is. That is the spirit of the compromise here.
Is that your understanding of as the second?
That's how I understand it. I just wouldn't describe it as marrying the two together. I think they both need to be on parallel tracks, because ultimately with the CEQA process, and as we get involved in construction design, one might fall off, one might have to be modified. So I just wouldn't use the word marry, but they are on parallel tracks, and as the public process proceeds, one or the other may fall off or be modified.
Jennifer, not that I'm sharing this, but I want your input.
Well, the only thing I want to also highlight, and I think this follows what Julie was saying, is in the spirit of compromise, just as the Access Corporation can't, and understandably so, agree on the from right today at this meeting that alternative 1 will work for your clients and for your members. I think what we're being asked for, those of us that have concerns about, like the Spanos easement and meeting all those benchmarks, is we're being asked to compromise on our positions on that. And so I don't want us to be in a position where we're saying, oh yeah, all the benchmarks have been met so we can move forward, when we don't have any assurances that we're going to come to an agreement on alternative 1. So all of that just speaks to the fact that we should be moving forward in parallel tracks. However, we can't even start that parallel track of 5B and alternative 1 until we come back with the CEQA. So I'm not agreeing to delaying work on, I'm not agreeing to continuing work on 5B, because that assumes that those of us that have concerns about the benchmarks being met, those concerns are gone, and those aren't.
Would those benchmarks would be part of the work in parallel on 5B, where everything still has to be satisfactory. It's still that work is still work that needs to be done. I don't think the motion has in it that we're accepting those benchmarks as having been met. We're just saying we're moving forward with 5B and 1, and any work that is not satisfactory to board members still has to be done. We're not just saying, okay, that's all done now. Now we just have to work on implementation. Is that correct? That's not part of the motion. It's not that those benchmarks have been met. It's just to work forward to meet
Moving
those.
forward, yes, moving forward.
Is that okay?
Your new motion.
Okay, yeah.
Can I ask for clarification? It's not clear if you can clarify if you're trying to ask staff to not proceed with the approved project, or if you're asking them to keep, I mean, obviously you can't change it today, but what you want them to bring, the proposal you want them to bring in the future, does the proposal that you want them to bring in the future, will it involve disapproving your prior approval and approving something new that has 2 possible additional entrances in addition to Perrin Avenue, or is it modifying your previously approved project to add an additional entrance? Because that's a little bit different.
Well, as some of the letters from some of the attorneys indicate, I think we do need to actually close out the 1702 resolution, one way or another. And I think if we do anything before that, we're going to continue to get letters from various attorneys asserting that we can't do anything different until that decision is made.
Closing it. I'm sorry, I'll wait my turn.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah.
Paul?
Closing out the 1702 resolution is the wrong thing to do, because in it gives us the ability to move forward with the core project. And I thought, John, thank you. You very eloquently pointed that out. The core project, which is the parking lot at Perrin and 41 and bicycle pedestrian access at Riverview, is highly valuable and highly sought after by the public that is crying for access to the river. There is nothing keeping us from building that as soon as possible. And we want to keep 1702 in place because of that very reason. The only change we would be making is asking staff to enter negotiations with the city, and the city has said it is willing to go forward with the idea that they become the lead project. It gives the city what they're asking for. They want a chance to prove the viability of 5B. And to Ms. Vance's well-founded concern, 5B cannot get ahead of itself, because under any imaginable scenario, the cost of 5B is going to arrive right back in front of this panel, because we're going to need to be the ones to fund it. So that's not a problem of control. We have control. Moving ahead with the core project at the same time gives impetus and inspiration to the fund that Mr. Bohegian has so eloquently talked about in our last 2 meetings here in this chamber. Our partner, the River Trust, Parkway and Trust, is moving forward with an O&M fund to open up the core project. This is the quickest path to access for the public to this land that they have owned for so many years. And thank you. I will support Executive Shelton's motion.
Christina, you had brought up, I'm going to try and clarify it. So my understanding is that the motion is, the spirit of the motion is to have 5B and 1 going on same path, same track. We're not, nowhere in the motion was it made that we're accepting the benchmarks as having been completely met. Those benchmarks still need to be met to a satisfactory level of our board. Christina, to your point, we would be keeping in 1702 and adding another access point through alternative 1. And it's just different ways to do that through the environmental process. Is that correct? Is that a path forward to have 5B and 1 and still keep the core project and be able to implement the core project?
You would be asking staff. You'd be directing staff to do the work necessary for the board to consider adding an additional access point in addition to what you've already approved, is what you're stating at a future meeting. That you'd be modifying Resolution 17-02 to add additional access point. I've heard it a different way, though, is that you wanted it to be a consideration of alternative, the two entrance points together, that would be reapproving a new project. I mean, as opposed to modification of a previously approved project. I mean, ultimately, the CEQA analysis should look very similar, because if you have analysis of the core with Palm Nice, and now you add an additional entrance, that looks the same as looking at them afresh with two additional entrances. So the CEQA analysis is probably the same. I think it's just a matter of procedural tactics of whether you're leaving 17-02 in place and working with the city to see if they will take over to be lead implementer while you do additional work to see about adding an additional access point at Riverview.
Yeah. Please. Please do.
So, direct staff to bring back to, direct staff to implement the core project, which is the Perrin Avenue plus the trails, but not the Palm access element. Then bring back to the board, after the additional CEQA due diligence is done, a proposal to approve alternative 1 and rescind the approval of the Palm Avenue element of 5B, and also a proposal to approve alternative 1 and the Palm Avenue element of 5B, and all the additional CEQA findings and potential statements of overrides, all the supplemental information that the board would need to approve. And so essentially, the decision that would come back to the board at some point would be to rescind 5B and approve alternative 1, or rescind Palm Avenue element of 5B and approve alternative 1 and 5.
So actually, as I understand, that's a completely different motion. I don't see that as being a friendly amendment. That eviscerates the motion.
All right, well,
That's, yeah, clever, because that does change the overall project drastically to putting alternative 1 as just the preferred just going forward. If those were backwards, I could get it, like if we were going forward with the 5B and 1, or if those don't work, then it would have to come back to 1.
Well, I think that's what she said. So there would be 3 choices, 2 of which could be in combination. Core project, Perrin only access. Alternative 1 only, which would mean you have to rescind 5B. And then alternative 1 plus 5B. Right? Is that what I heard?
That's what I heard, but, and I'm, again, trying to look at everybody that's involved. If I'm hearing it from the audience, I hear we're going to rescind 5B and go forward with 1. And that's just what I would imagine. A lot of the partnership and goodwill that we've built today, I think would start to crumble under that. Doesn't mean that we couldn't get it all the way through, because I think the intent is that we want to do both access points. But the way I would hear it is that it's just going to go alternative 1, and 5B is completely gone and off the table. That's how I would hear that if I had been on it. Does that make sense to an extent?
That wasn't my intent. I think my intent was essentially, again, to what we're adding to the plate right now is a combination of 5B and 1, right? But we are not at this point, as far as I'm comfortable with making a decision between just alternative 1 or 5B. That hasn't been made. So we have to bring all 3 back at some point, is what I'm saying, because I guess I'm not sure how, I just don't know sitting here what the CEQA analysis of combining a 5B and alternative 1 looks like.
So the direction would be?
And so that might provide information where that isn't acceptable to the board because of the impacts associated with that. I know we have some opinions about what that might look like, but we just don't know until it's
So
done.
really the direction would just be to look at those alternatives. We obviously have 1702 in place. If that was to be the only access point, we just continue with that, say that the benchmarks have been met, or there's 5B and 1, or looking at just alternative 1 on its own. Is it?
Yeah, I think the way I look at this is I think that speaking for myself, I am very comfortable moving forward with just alternative 1 at this point, but I understand that there's a desire to see if there's a compromise between 5B and alternative 1. So to be able to look at all 3 options, and I know we've been doing this, for a year and a half now, over and over and over again, but if we're gonna look at what the best options are, alternative 1, 5B, or a combination of 1, we have to be looking at them all at the same time. If we're not ready to move forward with rescinding 5B. And so that's how I think a true compromise that's what a true compromise looks like to me.
I would just offer up, since we've had additional conversation here, Bryn, maybe you need to restate your motion, and staff, you need to restate what you're hearing you think the motion is, just so there's clarity, and I'm ready to vote.
Then Steve, you had...
Yeah, and so right before Bryn does that, is there any reason why we can't move forward with 5B, the core project, and today, not wait for some time in the future, direct staff to, in my thoughts, 5B, because we took a year to let it go forward, it's a year ahead, but both where they're at right now, from this day forward, both plans move forward. So in my mind, 5B, I want to get it in front of John's board on May 22nd. He said that's the next best chance. And then alternative 1 takes its very next step, and they both progress with the understanding that this board, and I think I'm hearing it all across the board now, might not hear it in any of the third-party groups, but both begin working down their next steps on their path with the understanding that we're going to have access at both locations. Is it more difficult than just letting both plans take their next step? If that means 5B gets to go in front of the Wildlife Conservation Board, it might even be defeated there. I mean, it might get shot down there. But then alternative 1 begins, we give direction to staff to start preparing the next steps to get alternative 1 to the same spot where 5B is today.
So,
Julie? Yeah,
Brad, if I can clarify real quick, it's me, John, down here. The only thing that we're getting ready to go to the Wildlife Conservation Board, if we have the okay from the Access Corporation to do it, is to take the easement language.
It's just one of the benchmarks. That's
Yeah,
still...
just one of the benchmarks. We don't have a cost yet on what it's going to cost to design and other stuff. So there's other steps we have to take to you guys and then take to the Wildlife Conservation Board that's part of 5B.
Well, I was going to ask if the SJRAC would be even willing to let things proceed to WCB and, before they have certainty about the outcome, because previously they have not been willing to do that and rescinded their approval as to form.
Yeah, and that was after the board voted down alternative 5B. However, if the board does go with alternative 5B today, as I said, we'd be absolutely ready, willing, and able to have that easement presented to the Wildlife Conservation Board at the very next possible time.
But what we're talking about is directing staff for the next meeting, potentially, we haven't voted on it yet, but directing staff to analyze 5B, 1, and a combo, which means no certainty that you're going to get what you want. And so my question is whether you'd be willing to proceed with the access easement with that uncertainty.
If Resolution 1702 stands and the Conservancy is authorized to move forward with alternative 5B, and there's a finding that the benchmarks were reasonably satisfied, we would absolutely, in the exact same form, be willing to present that to Wildlife Conservation Board for its approval.
But that's not what we're talking about doing here today.
Yeah.
But the point is that if we're going forward with 5B, that was our understanding. Those were the rules that we were under, and we'd absolutely be willing to give that to you in the exact same form that as it sat on January 8th.
I do want to point out, too, that doing the analysis, especially if we're doing multiple alternatives, we're not going to be able to come back at the next meeting. We're having a hard enough time just with the direction we looked at last time to evaluate what's needed for looking at alternative one. We've got to get somebody on board to be able to make that determination, and then it comes down to, do we pay for it? Remember, look, Casey said they could probably do it. They may have that. Their staff is looking through it, but we don't know yet if we're paying for it and getting an interagency agreement to get the money. If that's the case, we need to go to you guys to ask for that money. We don't have it in just funding around sitting at this point. We're already stretched a little too thin this year. Yeah, and it may be that we have to go out to find a consultant, or WCB to get it if it's bond funding. So those steps just to look at alternative one are pretty important. If we combine it, come up with a project, it's probably the same thing. So we're not talking about having the CEQA analysis done in the next meeting we have. It's in a meeting following this sometimes. So just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
So again, to restate, the intent of the motion and the direction to staff, Bryn, is it to implement the core project, bringing back, or staff bringing back to us the options of 5B, and 1 and 5B. Is that?
So I'm not comfortable with the implement the core project part.
Okay, so the part is staff bringing back, because staff bringing back 5B and 1 and 5B. And then until we figure out that access point, still 1702, still, I mean, it still stands until it doesn't. But we would bring those back to understand what that combination is.
And presumably at the next meeting, and when I say next meeting, that we have the analysis, so I understand that's not going to be necessarily March, or, you know, I don't know how long it would take, but that we would be clearly making a decision on 1, 5, or 1 plus 5.
So you're asking for documentation for 3 possible votes to be able to vote to continue to proceed with 5, or vote to only do 1, or a vote to consider a combination of 1 and 5. So you're asking for the paperwork for each, is what you're asking for?
So here's a challenge. Alternative 1 needs some additional CEQA work done to it before you can bring a fully vetted item to us so we understand impacts, how alternative 1 is going to impact, which I'm okay, again, creating a parallel process, taking the 5B option, moving that forward, taking alternative 1, recognizing there's more CEQA work that needs to be done. We need to circulate that, continuing both on a parallel track. But if we try to combine it and then at a meeting in a month or two, select, maybe move in a direction of going to alternative 1, I think that's impossible. The CEQA work is going to need to be out there, and there's going to need to be public comment for at least 30 or 45 days alone.
Maybe, not necessarily.
Yeah, we don't know until someone looks at what the proposal is, whether additional analysis that requires circulation will be required. It depends. It may be that there's additional documentation prepared that shows that everything is within the scope of the previous EIR. It just depends.
So back to the motion that Bryn made. Bryn, can you restate your motion?
I'm going to go back to the original motion I made because I think there may be 2 competing motions here. One with what I have stated, and I think we may have to move that forward to call the question and then go to the second one, because I understand where we're trying to state these to make sure we accommodate it from the CEQA process, but I fear that it gets lost or not clearly stated. So I'm going to go back to what I stated originally with the modification concerning the city of Fresno being engaged in this. So let me take that, if I may. Continue to implement the core elements and Palm access per Resolution 1702. With the addition, City of Fresno would be the implementing agency for Alternative 5B, and develop a proposal for an additional entrance at Riverview Drive as analyzed as Alternative 1, and bring back to the board for a future vote.
Second.
I think we've covered the discussion on this one. I'll call for the vote. Roll call.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Magsic?
Aye.
Mr. Brandau?
Yes.
Mr. Jansen? Yes. Ms. Alvis?
No.
Ms. Vance?
No.
Mr. Gresham?
No.
Mr. Donnelly?
No.
Ms. Lucchesi?
No.
Ms. Finn? I'm sorry? Ms. Forehand?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson?
Fails. All right,
Motion fails.
is there for the other,
Consensus to adjourn.
so I have a competing motion now to adjourn. Does anyone want to adjourn? Or is
I'll
there-
second that, because I've missed 2 board meetings. I've got another one at 3:30 that begins.
Is there any discussion on that motion to adjourn?
I lost count, so what was the count?
Let's see, we actually have a odd number today of 13, and it was 6 yes, 7 no.
I appreciate the concern about being here for so long. I know many of us traveled down from the Sacramento region to be here, and I know this has lasted much longer than anybody anticipated, and it's frustrating for all of us here. However, especially given our charge is to serve the people, and they've spent just as much time here with us today, we should at least leave with some direction.
Where I am extremely frustrated, just blown away, as I look at this, our goal is to get access to the river. But as has been stated, if we do something and we can't get encroachment permits, I don't know how we are able to get money to do any project at all. So if we do general plan amendments, that's going to take time. Light speed would be 6 months from now, maybe. If you're in a cycle, you can have a general plan amendment. No one up here is talking about that. They're throwing around different alternatives. We'll just go this route. But if it doesn't match with the plan and the jurisdiction that you're tying into, the project doesn't work. So I'm extremely frustrated. And all of you in this room have been at this for 12 years. This is, in my opinion, as we sit here and debate this issue, this is maddening. It's maddening. So for me, I would be open to another motion that someone up here makes. Let's stop debating. Let's make a motion, move forward, and if there's lawsuits, we'll deal with that later. If not, God bless us, we can get to the river. We've debated this thing for over a decade. Let's get a motion and move on it.
I do too. And we've been trying to get more access. We have a path forward. Everything came in and it just got really muddied. That we were in competing motions and everyone was trying to say the same thing. For the first time ever, we have a willing partner, an implementing partner agency that said that they would be the implementing agency, the City of Fresno, to both 5B and 1. We were going to have 2 access points. We talk about wanting and saying we are max access kind of people, and that vote proved absolutely otherwise. It proved otherwise. Now, I understand that there were some concerns, and I share those concerns. I don't, if they can't meet these things, then we can't move forward with those projects. But those items will be in front of us again before we can implement. So again, we're all trying to do the same thing, and we just can't agree on how to do it. And I don't understand how, with this many smart people in this room, how we can't figure that out. And we can't get on the same page. I'm baffled. Councilman Garcia had a statement.
Yes, to be clear, it was 7-6 vote. Is that correct?
That's what I said. It was 7 no, 6.
That's
I
correct.
stated
Okay.
6 yes.
So we are making decisions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we move forward with a new motion?
There is a motion on the table for adjournment.
I'm missing meetings also. I have a delegates meeting that are going to have 85 people attending, and I'm missing that. There's people who come out of town, and they're missing whatever they got to do. And so I think, why are we going to keep delaying this? We've had 2 subsequent votes. Well, 3 actually, if you count the the February 7th, 9th meeting. Can't remember the date now. So I would like to look forward, I would like to move that we move forward with investigating alternative 1 and direct staff to do that. Or agendize it, just so we don't have to re-vote.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair, I do have to leave. So I'm going to have to take off.
Any more discussion regarding that? If you need to leave, anyone who needs to leave can.
There's 2 motions on the floor with a second. You, as the chair, get to decide which motion is voted on first.
Yeah, the motion to adjourn, roll call. Roll call, please.
Mr. Frazier?
No.
Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Magzig?
Aye.
Mr. Brandau?
Yes.
Mr. Jansen? No. Ms. Alves?
No.
Ms. Vance?
No.
Mr. Gresham?
No.
Mr. Donnelly?
No.
Ms. Lucchesi?
No.
Ms. Finn? Ms. Forehand?
No.
Mr. Gibson? Nays have it.
Obviously, I was a no because I'm going to stay here until we get to a compromise, and I don't think that we're reaching a compromise with where we're going in this way. This has been an extremely emotional item for me, and I don't even live in Fresno. I just want to see the best access, the most access for all of us, and for the people that aren't here, that couldn't make the meeting. We need to take a look at what we're doing before we get entrenched and go down a path that is going to end up harming the access that we have the ability to expand at this moment and this moment only. Once we go down this path that we're going down right now, we will limit access. I want everybody to know that we will limit access with this motion. There will be no opportunity to then come back and try and get this compromise. All of our willing partners that are at this moment right now will not be there, I don't think. And that would be a travesty to not just our time sitting up here on this dais, but to the people of the state of California, starting in Fresno, Madera, and this area. I want everyone to understand the gravity of the decision that is going to be called on this next roll call. Roll call.
What's the motion?
The motion is to do alternative 1.
Just to clarify, his motion was to direct staff
Direct
to
staff
bring
to-
forth a proposal for a vote on alternative 1 at a future meeting.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to the motion of allowing for 5B and 1?
No.
There we have it.
Mr. Frazier?
No.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Magzig?
I'm a no.
Mr. Brandau? Mr. Jansen?
No.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
Ms. Vance?
Yes.
Mr. Gresham?
Yes.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yes.
Mr. Kessie?
Yes.
Ms. Finn?
Yes.
Ms. Borhan?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson?
No.
The ayes have it.
We are going to skip any council reports or other partner reports, and I will adjourn this meeting.